Hello there. Welcome aboard. We are going to look at everything, make sure that it's all right. Bring up the pages I need. The IBI space has been updated today, August 8th, with new schedules. That's good news. I was getting a little outdated with the July one. And Priam will be chasing the spy number stations. And of course, pirate radio, and we'll talk about non-directional beacons and a few other questions that have come through email. So we'll be looking at that. Uh, So everything is okay here. No pirates right now. Yeah, well, there's one at 19 UT on ID 6955. I don't know if that 6950. Yeah, 6955 moved up from 6950. Okay. We'll be looking at that. Welcome aboard, everyone. And here we start. Nice to have all of you here. And I haven't played with it yet, but I got a little gift from Ricky that is in Calgary, usually, that you guys see. I was in Montreal last week. So we went out for lunch, and Jasmine will be happy to see that I am the owner of a little mesh radio that I haven't opened up yet with a good antenna to put on top of it. So I'll be playing around with mesh radio stuff in the next days and weeks. So we'll be talking more about it as I get my hands-on experience of mesh radio. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to try and keep up with all of this. So that's going to be a lot of fun to check out for sure. Okay, so welcome aboard, everybody. This is the weekly live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. It is a show about radio, any kind of radio, as long as it has an antenna. It can receive something or even transmit. We talk about it. And even though we are focused a lot on shortwave, it's not just shortwave. We are, everywhere. We'll talk a little bit more about what I posted yesterday. It sparked a little bit of curiosity out of some people that sent me messages about it. The D-Star net that I was listening to, and on the ICOM. So we'll talk a little bit about that too. Because it's kind of, it's an aspect of amateur radio which is interesting. So my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we're here to entertain and have fun with radio, and hope that you'll enjoy the radio today. Take your radio with you, turn it on, make sure that it's set to receive, as we'll be checking out some signals at the same time as we are also going to be answering questions and just talking about radio in general. So welcome aboard, everybody. There's a chat room, beautiful chat room with wonderful people that are there to help, to answer questions, or just chat. There's always some good conversations going on. I take a lot of my energy and my my inspiration through the chat, because that's where, when people have good conversations, there are some things that pop up in my mind about things we can talk about. We sometimes digress a little off the subject and talk about different things that aren't necessarily radio for a little while. I think this is part of the fun of this channel. Of We're a bunch of radio geeks, but sometimes we enjoy talking about something else for a little while, then we go back to our radio subject. And it's like I think Ricky, when I met Ricky on Monday, he summed it up real well, because he was saying that he usually puts the audio on and does other things. And he says it's like listening to a radio. And it's like listening to radio. Basically, we talk about all sorts of things, and that is totally true. It's like listening to radio. So it's kind of cool to be here and have all of that happening. And hope that you can join us and say hello. Let us know where you are around the world. It is a lot of fun to hear from where people are and hear more about everybody. It is definitely something kind of nice to see. And when we have new countries, somebody that just gets on the chat, and these you know from a country you've never heard before, it's always kind of cool. So welcome aboard, everybody. And when all of this is over, we have a Facebook group where we basically just continue this in some form. Post things that we're listening to, share things that we're doing. A lot of people share what they're listening. Pirate radio activity. Our friend in Uruguay has been sharing a lot of his listening experience through the Facebook group with his new Texan PL 990. So we know that he's actually using the radio. So Gabriel is very active with all sorts of little videos of what he's listening to. So, and a lot of regulars post all sorts of things about their own radios and radio experiences, and it's kind of interesting to watch and to see what people are hearing in their part of the world. I'm just gonna check something here. I haven't checked this morning. We were in some minor geomagnetic storm. So K index is at 3.7, which isn't the best, but we'll see what's going to happen. It's better than it was this morning. This morning was actually very bad. So hopefully we might hear some of the things that we usually hear, like our number stations. It's interesting that they changed frequency. Talking about number stations, we were 2 weeks in a row where the number stations would have the header, but would not have any messages going through. It was very short. And this week I came across the M12 Morse code number station. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, and they had a full message going through. So maybe they just didn't have any messages, or if it's because of some kind of damage due to Ukraine, maybe they fixed whatever they needed to fix to continue sending the messages. But definitely there were full messages this week. So that's the good thing. And remember, if you enjoy what I do, if you're here all the time and you want to really, help out, a little donation is welcome. It helps me a lot. It actually helps me tremendously in keeping afloat and keeping up with all the live shows and videos. So if you want to help out, you can send something through YouTube using the super chat feature, and that is much appreciated. And of course, there's the pizza fund through PayPal that you can send a little something too. Of course, cat treats for Mr. Paul included. So, and of course, this helps me also um, some nice stuff to so so thank you so much for your donations, guys. It helps tremendously. Helps me continue. So it's kind of these got Nathan. Yeah, well, I saw a couple of stuff, including some mesh communications that are like hundreds of miles away, and I mean, Ricky was showing me that as he was here in Montreal, actually had a connection with a Toronto mesh node, so it's kind of interesting the distance. And there seemed to be a lot of activity around Montreal, so we'll see what it's at. It's going to be interesting to play with and see all of that as it's getting more and more popular. So, and here, Jasmine, as she just arrives from Seattle. I hope there's not too much smoke where you are because it looks rather bad. I was looking at the smoke map, and it seems that your area is like in shrouded in smoke everywhere. So here, this is a little something that Ricky gave me this week. So I'll be playing with that, and we'll be checking it out. I haven't done my first contact yet, Jasmine. I just was looking at Ricky. Ricky showed me on his phone and everything. It's working. So I'll be enjoying that this week for sure. So okay, glad to see that it's good because I was watching the map of smoke and it was like, whoa, must be bad where you are a few days ago. So yeah, and it's all he's taken care of making sure that it's all ready and all prepared. And he add this extra antenna, which apparently is way better than whatever comes with that M1. So this is a better antenna to put on it. So this is going to be a lot of fun anyways. I'm going to be checking that out. So I'll be part of the gang, Jasmine, with the mesh radio stuff. So okay, let's start this. I have all my pages up for everything, and I will just do a little something. I might freeze for a second, guys, because I think this is gonna make my yeah. So I'm probably frozen right now. I'm just gonna check it out. Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's gonna come back in about 30 seconds. Just gonna try to. Here we go. Just make sure that we're back with the stream is fine. It's I have a couple of I'm a cyberpunk. I like that. So yeah, the I got a couple of accounts that I switched to pass keys, and it actually wants to use my camera to do face recognition when I get into my email. So when I open my email, the camera is taken over to check for my face before we get into my email. So that's why it did that. So like that, I at least now am okay. At least it comes back. That's a good thing. So welcome aboard, everyone. Hope everybody will enjoy the day today. I already can say, thank you, Brian Leisner and Kevin Davidson, Blogger for the donations today. Much appreciated through PayPal. Okay, so Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois, hoping all is well. Listen to the BBC on Thursday night. Yeah, the best time for me for the BBC is almost every night. It's been coming in really well lately. 12095 at 04 UTC, which is local midnight here. That's the frequency where the BBC is transmitting from the Madagascar relay, and it packs in an amazingly good signal in Montreal. So I can listen to the BBC at 04. It goes up to 05. Usually, sometimes, depending on propagation, sometimes the last 15 minutes is a little tougher because as the daytime path actually increases between Madagascar and North America, what happens is that the signal gets weaker. But in general, I get a pretty good chunk of that broadcast on 12095. So that's kind of nice to listen to, for sure. Okay, I have a little sip of beer. Cheers, everybody. Whatever you're having. Last week we were talking about root beer, water, whatever is fine. Okay, we've got Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here, NPR TVG, coming out of Morgan City, Louisiana, and his shortwave call sign W85107 SWL. Rudy Chu, salut, bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe, nice to have you on board. He's listening to Radio Exterior España, 15500, 15520, Radio France at 15300. Let me just check them out here quickly, see what we have. 153. I got nothing on 153. We got Spain on 15.5. 520 is a rough one. 5 is the best. I already can see that propagation isn't as nice as last week. And of course, we have WRMI coming well on 15770. 15770 WRMI coming in well. Also tuned Marti on 13720, 13570. It's Arabic music. Oh, France probably signed off at 21 UT. So, and for you to choose, 13600 was the Radio Romanian Spanish. Idaho Head, nice to have you on board from Smoky North, Idaho. Welcome aboard. David Ward, Texas, nice to have you here. WA5253SWL in Temple, Texas. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board. Pretty cool to have you here. And it's pretty nice to have all of you showing up on the show today. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. Craig Martinetti from Ontario, Canada. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Skidology, nice to have you here from Southern Ontario. He says there's a storm coming, so I won't be outside today. Yeah, I'm going to check my, I guess we're in this possible thunderstorm phase. So I'm going to check out what the weather looks like, because oh yeah, we've got definitely have some nasty weather here. When looking at the storms here on the map, a lot of colors, so things are not perfect. We got some thunderstorms coming up, so probably over the live show we'll have some over here that will seem to be coming our way. So, it's very humid outside. It's not that it's super hot. It's like here my weather station says it's 84. But it's extremely humid and it's like so humid that you just don't want to go outside. Robert Varner, nice to have you on board New Jersey, KC2TEL. TVDX, sir, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you here from just outside of Montreal. Blogger Eye, nice to have you on board from Central Virginia. He's got his Legiani RD239S plus W2 repeater. Picked up Trenton Volmet earlier this afternoon. Pretty cool. They've been missing quite a few days. I've tried 6754 in the evening, and I've not been able to receive them every time I tried this week. So they're kind of in and out. Old radios, nice to have you here. Not been able to do much radio-wise. 54 Cal, nice to have you on board from Northwest Pennsylvania. 86 Fahrenheit, chance of thunderstorms. Gabriel, nice to have you on board. Barely can keep his hands off the PL990X. I totally understand why. It's a very fun radio to play with. Has great audio. It's really, really cool to tune around with that radio. Perry in Sherbrooke, Quebec, nice to have you here. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you on board from South Daytona, Florida. And says it figures around 16 UTC, there was a 10-meter opening to Europe and Middle East, then the lightning started to disconnect. Lightning at the worst time. Ray Hawksford, nice to have you on board from Victoria, British Columbia, the West Coast. And we have DH1AO in Northern Germany. Nice to have you here. Paul, AA1SU from Northern Vermont. Nice to have you here. Bought 6 door prize tickets at a small ham fest today and won 2 transceivers, a Baofeng UV5R Mini and a Baofeng AR5RM. My neighbor won the same 2 radios. Wow, cool. Cool. Brian Leisner, better late than never, as they say. Ignacio, nice to have you here from Uruguay. Sailing, nice to have you on board from South Carolina. And WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert. Some from Thunderstormy, Virginia. And we have DJ Craze, nice to have you on board. I was a small hamfest today. Lots of Baofeng radios for sale. Says with sideband. The basic ones don't have sideband, but I think I've seen some more expensive ones that are a little more complex that do tune around sideband signals. Depends on the model. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Spicy Peppers, nice to have you on board. And Joseph in San Francisco Bay area, tuning the bands this afternoon with a Texan PL680 and the MLA30. Propagation was bad last night, but now I'm getting RNZ 15720. I was doing ham radio contacts last night. I did a mix of things last night. I went from, I had my ICOM ICR30 portable wideband receiver on the UHF and VHF range, trying different things, trying to listen to weather satellites, the NOAA weather satellites. But I was doing amateur contacts, and I actually had some really good contacts on 15 meters at 0201, 02 UTC. Several contacts with Asiatic Russia, Japan, Australia. It was really, the 15 meter band was hot. And on 17 meters also, there was a lot of things, a lot of stations that I got from Russia and from different areas in the Pacific. 20 wasn't bad at all. I got a few Europeans around 04 UT, local midnight here. I got a contact with a station in the Arctic, the Swedish Arctic, that was there, 8 sugar 2 something. as the call sign. So that was kind of nice. And then as I went through, I kept going through up to about 9 UTC. I went to sleep at 3 in the morning. So it was 9 hours UTC. Stations on ham bands were kind of very ordinary. It's as if something was happening and propagation was changing. So if I put that in perspective, maybe if you listened late yesterday, Joseph, in your local area, like 11 p.m. or midnight, maybe propagation started to degrade at that point, because I did see it on the ham bands that as I was going through the night, things weren't the same. So things were definitely changing. And it's probably due to that. There was a coronal mass ejection that hit the geomagnetic field, and so it created a minor geomagnetic storm this morning. So maybe that's what hit late last night. Old radios. I tried to film a parade when I got off work, but the stupid train was blocking the road. The parade was on, and I missed half of it. D. Scott Nathan, nice to have you on board from North Boston, New York, USA. And it says 10 miles south of Buffalo. What else do we have? So Jasmine in sunny Seattle, nice to have you here. Michael Kroom, nice to have you on board. Says, what's good? What's good? Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. We have, what do we have? Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayfield, Colorado. Gino, woohoo, passed my general license exam this morning. Thanks for your encouragement, Gino in Kentucky. I knew you would have it. I told you, you were anxious for nothing. I was sure you were going to have it, especially usually when we are unsure of ourselves, we actually study even more. So I was sure that you would pass your exam. So congratulations. Welcome to the ham congregation. It's nice to have you here, and congratulations again. Pretty cool. I'll have to make a contact at some point. Here we go. All right, JDA Dakota, nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri. WA0113 SWL on a steamy hot day. Yeah, I cut the grass on Wednesday. It was like hot and humid. I just wanted to die. And to make it worse, there must have been some dog poop somewhere. I just mowed the lawn and suddenly it was smelling like dog poop. It was disgusting. Ryan Leisner is predicting that we will hear the M12s today, so we'll see if your predictions are coming true, if you're master at propagation. DJ Craze last night was bad. I've never had a harder time trying to pull in BS radio on 6960 AM and tried several Kiwi radios until I found one that worked. Then as the storms rolled by, poof, and not back yet. What else do we have? 0-100, nice to have you on board. KD2ANN, New Jersey, very humid with showers. Ryan Leisner says Spain is better than some locals on 15500. There's a fly. Lagardai, I hear Radio Exterior Espana on 17715 about an hour ago. WF7 Iombro says I need Alaska, Hawaii, and New Jersey to have worked all states award on 6. 29 confirmed countries on 6 also. Lots of fun this summer. Wow, really cool. Really cool. Gonna have to those are the toughest one now that you got to get. New Jersey is not bad, but Alaska and Hawaii will be the tough ones on 6 meters. Tosin Love says here's 10, 15, 20, and 25 on the Memphis Kiwi. Old radios. It rained pretty well an hour ago. DJ Crazed just checked. Ashton is back. Okay. Yeah, probably. Yeah, some Kiwi SDRs they unplug if there's thunderstorms and stuff. Sea Chow Fans USA. My daughter asked where your kitty cat is. He's sleeping on the balcony outside in the backyard. I left the door slightly open, so if he ever wants to come in, he'll be able to come into the room. So who knows if he might show up at some point. So keep an eye on that. But right now, he says he just wanted to go outside just as the show is starting, and but he's able to get in by himself. Nice to have you here, K9DGY in Illinois. Free to choose. Wow, WRMI has programs in German. Oh yeah, they have programs in German and Mandarin and all sorts of languages, and Slovak, and so yeah, they have language. They have several different types of programming depending on the broadcaster they're relaying. WS on my own. Bruce says my best summer e-skip season on 6 for sure. That is good. That is really, really good. So All Radios is going to take some film photos of classic car show tomorrow. SWL Signals, nice to have you here from Tundra, Florida. At Shaver, life has been crazy. I try to keep in touch. And yeah, that is life. Life is sometimes in the way of a lot of things we want to do in our hobby. Craig Martinetti says it's been raining off and on the last several hours where he is. It's probably those thunderstorms that I see coming through. All the radios, everyone getting rained on. Free to choose. Aren't biofangs illegal? If they are capable of transmitting on outside of the amateur bands anywhere, they are totally illegal to own. If they are amateur radio only bands, if they properly block them just for the AM bands, you have to be a licensed AM to own one. But from what I see, people don't care. Blogger has picked up Trenton Volmet on 15034. Yeah, maybe the 6754, 6734 at night is maybe it's the one that's broken or something. I rarely hear 15034. It's kind of a little too close, so it skips over me most of the time. I rarely hear 15034. Let's, just for the fun of that, let's try it. And you'll all see that I'm lying. 434. Yeah, not hearing anything. Here we are getting, I'm seeing something here. So I have WWV on 15. And I want to check out something. So I'm not hearing RWM Moscow time signal on 14996. So 15, I've got the WWV on 20. Nothing. 25, nothing. I got, it's weak, but it's there on 10. So 31 meters seems to have a lot of signals. Strong carrier on 9850 with nothing on it. Radio Romania is coming in English on 9740. You could see that there's some disturbances in the ionosphere because the signal is very wobbly. Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board from St. Catharines. Always nice to have you here. Definitely. And we have so Brad Shaver, always love your show. Thank you so much. Dustin Love, we have some really slow moving storms today, making flash flooding. Wow. These are the worst. Very powerful storms that that just don't move much. That's the worst. Yeah, like VT Radio says, I know that for a fact there was a FCC statement saying that these radios are illegal to own and that they could, if a FCC agent would see you with one, you would be allowed to confiscate the radio and give you a fine because you own one of them. Problem is those are available everywhere. Nobody's stopping anyone from buying them, and nobody's verifying if it's legal or not. So everybody's, everybody's got some. So I got two that were given to me by two different Chinese companies, and I got a Baofeng, and I won't talk about them. They're not. I'm an AM radio operator. I don't want to get into trouble with this channel. People that do talk about them on YouTube could expose themselves to problems, legal problems. Blagadai, North Boston Road is a couple of miles from me, named historically for a Dr. Boston. DJ Craze, yeah, well, I don't. I never go there. See, Jalfen USA, did you quit mowing the grass when you hit the poop? No, I just continued. I just continued and hope that at some point the odor will go away. For you choose as the wave scan show on 15770. So this is a nice show to listen to. Wave scan. They had at least 3 occasions in the last 6 months where they talked about my channel and actually took audio clips off of my channel. One is from my live show I don't remember which live show, but where I was talking about having AI in a radio. Rick Myers, KO4 OSA. Unfortunately, there's still lightning about. No radio time for me. You need a portable so you can listen to the portable radio inside, even though it's not always easy to listen. Toselov hearing lots of lightning in Memphis. VT Radio, no storms yet today here in Northeast Vermont. Spicy peppers. Thinking about heading out to the middle of the Arizona desert to listen tonight. Just hope there are no storms that will foil my plans. Monsoons have been unpredictable this year. Northwest Vermont, for T Radio. Yeah. Joe, new Wavescan edition comes out tonight after 01 UT on the Podomatic podcast. Yep. What I usually do is I try to get it on shortwave. I like, it's kind of cool to listen to it on the shortwave bands when you can. But if I can't, I just go to the podcast online and play it through my Shoyoung R1 Bluetooth speaker, which makes it look like I'm listening to the radio. I do the same with World of Radio from Glenn Hauser. There's a lot of good information and a lot of interesting stuff in there. So it's a good way to keep in touch and keep your knowledge alive of what's happening in the world of the shortwave radio hobby. Skidology, RSI is a program in German. I've got it on WRMI before. Mike B, it would be nice if the likes, thumbs up numbers match the numbers of people watching. Yeah, that never happens. Skidology. Buy ham radio, I think you have to enter your call sign to buy them. No valid call sign, no pass. Yeah, most stores, what they'll do, like here, Radio World in Toronto, what they do is when you pass, like when I got my Yisu, they ask for your amateur radio call sign, and they go check the database to see if the name and the address, the postal address, match what you have input in the to buy the radio, so that they know that you actually are a ham operator. '54 cal has Romania on 15420. Let's see here if it's coming in on that one. Wow. Barely audible here. Barely audible. It's totally in the noise here on 15420. 9740 is not bad, but 15420 doesn't come in. David Ward not getting 9740 in Texas, but 15500 is very strong. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you on board, as usual. DH1AO, some bad things are forbidden to own in Germany and the whole European Union, I guess. They produce way too much splatter and harmonics. Joseph says, seems unenforceable. Well, actually, it is enforceable totally. If you force any company selling radio equipment to make the verifications, you simply force the company. You tell Amazon you want to sell transceivers. Well, you got to verify if the person can own that transceiver. So that would fix it. It used to be like that. It used to be that you couldn't buy anything, and everything was being pretty much verified when it was radio equipment. But now it's like it's just free since China is flooding us with all of these things for, like, prices that are so low. I mean, you can get a Baofeng for $20, and it's like that Baofeng for $20 does more than a multiband radio in the 80s that cost $150, which is something like $400 today. No, the FCC has they don't have the people power, the manpower to do anything. But it can, where I'm the thing with the FCC is they don't have manpower. And man, I wanted to say something and I lost my thought of mine. I'm reading the chat at the same time. It changes my direction. So, so no, they don't have the manpower. And oh yeah, what I want to say is, I'm scared about these radios is because they transmit everywhere, and the for example, the Marine Band, you could go somewhere and intentionally, mess up Marine communications, things like that. Even police communications, they transmit on the same frequencies. So it's just a time bomb for me. It's like, yeah, all of these now, which didn't exist before, are available now. And there's just some bad guy out there somewhere that will have these really bad ideas on how to use them to do bad things. And that is a huge problem because you shouldn't be transmitting where you're not supposed to. So, Skidology, there are some approved FRS and GMRS Baofeng radios that only transmit. Yeah, because they follow the rules. Same with, if Baofeng or any other company makes one that is for the ham bands, well, the only requirement is that you have your ham license. They are going to be legal to own for an amateur radio operator. Mike WX50, did you get an electric mower or are you still using a gas powered? No, electric mower. The gas powered lawnmower wouldn't start this year, and it's like, okay, we need a new one. So it's an electric mower now, which I absolutely love. Let me try to go. Go. Okay. Joseph, definitely for programmable radio, some functions that learn could be great. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board. Paul in Vermont says, looking kind of gloomy, and he saw Dorothy and Toto blow by. Soon you'll see the witches. Look for Grandma in her rocking chair. David Ward, very faint signal, 15 420. RJ Dakota, no Romanian, 15 420. Fastman says people will just use AliExpress. Yeah, and I mean the same thing with what's coming in at the border. What's coming in on the border, I have the impression there's a lot less checking of what's in our boxes than there used to be. There's just too much volume for the amount of people that are capable of verifying what's in the box. So a lot of the stuff, even if you tell them and explain that these cannot go through, they check 1 in 10 packages. Well, if 3 of them had a Baofeng in it and they weren't on the checking list, they just went through. 54 cal 11870 Vatican radio, signal fluctuating as well. Also know for police band interference might have been a Baofeng a few years ago. Yeah, there was we had a report on that. We had a report on that on the International Radio Report where a ham operator, for all people that do stupid stuff, a ham radio operator actually intentionally interfered with the local police department. I don't remember what state in the U.S. he was, but he was intentionally creating interference, and he finally got caught. And it they fined him. They took the radio and I don't know. I don't know if they took his license away or something, but it's like, come on, you're so dumb. And I'm operators, you know what I mean? If it be like some nobody, but then again, you think about it, and it's logical it has to be a ham operator probably because who knows the police frequencies? Who knows the VHF marine frequencies? Who knows these things? Us. You know, regular people just buy those and, you know, probably just use them as, oh, look at that, a pair of walkie talkies. Let's just, you know, put ourselves on some frequency. At least they have the decency, and because probably that would be such a bad move and you would probably be sued like really crazy. They have blocked from transmitting the airband. Thank God. I mean, can you imagine if these things were capable of broadcasting on the VHF airband? That would be dangerous. So, you know, when you look at that, you say, okay, well, they all have the presence of mind of not doing that. You could force them to not do the other ones too, you know? Um, Martin, and vegan, nice to have you here. Last night I was comparing the shortwave reception on my Ceodon D808, the Texan PL680, and D808 definitely outperformed. So, my WX50, I love my electric mower. No more having to go buy gas. Oh, yeah, that is. Yeah, no having to go buy gas. And no, I'm going inside the home and I smell like gas. All I smell like is exhaust. Especially on the one that was there was 20 years old. More, if not a little more. It was like 25 years old. That lawnmower did its job. WSL Nano Brew, did you see where the Kiwis will support the waterfall display is now up to 7 users? It was a nice surprise. I didn't know. This is good. This is good. Eddie Royal, AJ4 GB. Nice to have you on board, Eddie from Florida. Playing around with the PL990, storming off and on here. Cool. Lagadai loves his electric mower too, maybe 7 years old. Toastin Love here's we carry on 15 for 20. Jasmine says in the US customs, people have mostly been diverted to ICE related stuff. It's obvious because it's obvious that there's not as much checks going on than there used to be. I see how they're sending my packages, and I realize that they're not even taking the time to see what's in it. So it's like, obviously, they're not doing the job they used to do. Because 10 years ago, you would buy something, and I would say that, and even here in Canada, I don't know what's changed. If I'd buy something on a non-co, say I'd buy a Texan radio and a non-co, before the pandemic, I would have 1 out of like 50-50 chance of getting an invoice with the the package that says that I owned the sales tax for Canada. I haven't had a report of owing sales taxes on anything I received in the past 2 years. Something changed. And I'm like, yeah, but you're missing out. It's like, you know, Canadian government's like, you know, always looking for money. It's like you're missing out on a lot of money right now. You're not taking the taxes off of the packages coming in. And so I don't know, even in Canada, what the hell are you doing, guys? It's weird. It's almost as if it's intentional. So there's something that must have changed, because I do notice that the packages are not verified and they come in way faster than you used to. So, they're not stopped at the customs for like 3 or 4 days before they get released. They're just like going through. It's like, yeah, it's all right. I don't know. Maybe my name's on the list. Radio. It's that guy's radios. So, we will try for the first number station on 12189. So we'll see if that works. 12189 CW, 12188 upper sideband. And we're going to try, see if we hear it this week. That one might be tricky this week. Looking at propagation, I have the impression that it ain't going to be as easy this week. So 12189, and that will be in 3 minutes' time. DJ Craze, Ion Radio came on in the last 10 minutes on 6955. Let's check that. 6955. I hear a pirate. Merry music. But it's an upper sideband. There's no carrier. Yeah, a decent signal. 6955. There's a pirate on 6955 upper sideband here. So here we go. RJ Dakota, I like our outdoor equipment here. We have the Ego lawnmower, blower, and weed whacker. All the same compatible battery. They work well together. The blower is incredible. Old radios, IBM's electric fun balls are fun. I'm amused by simple things. Video radio, when did monkeys learn to fly? Yeah, that one's a good one. I don't know. I guess they probably got, maybe some witch changed something. Jasmine says, crazy thing about the ACRF can transmit on air frequencies too. That is crazy. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. It's not as strong, but I hear it. Look at that. M12 spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. Coming in on 12189 CW into Montreal. So, Maurice, thank you so much. Lots of radios. There's even some hidden radios there. I got a Kenwood R5000 just on the back here. I want to switch it with the ICOM so that I can alternate from time to time and use the Kenwood also. So I'm surprised. I was not thinking that I would hear it this week, but we are hearing it. Maybe because of the frequency that they've chosen now. Will they have a message, or will it be a short one this week? 09 Keller? Whoa. You see that? What was that? Uh, 09 Keller says also BFN have very dirty transmit frequencies, multiple harmonics. at too high a level. Yeah, that's what the European Union used as an excuse to ban them. David Ward, my young grandson, was given a couple of Baofeng-like handhelds that were programmed for ham frequencies. So I reprogrammed them to GMRS. Jasmine says, you can buy extremely powerful laser stuff which used to be banned. What can go wrong? Hey, give them the radios, give them the lasers, and have fun. Brian Leister, that never ever happens here. Enjoy the tax break. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how come it all changed. Because, I mean, with all the packages coming in from outside, they're missing out on millions of dollars. PVM, nice to have you here, says, what you say makes a lot of sense. I have a ham friend who loves listening to Nav Air radio. He got a air transceiver that he hooked up to his shack only to listen to air traffic. Tosanov's here's 6955 from Memphis. Blagadai, Amazon sells the maybe illegal XH data E100 walkie-talkie. $16.98. $16.98. Those prices just blow me away with what you get in your hand for $16.98. They have a message this week. But the messages are back. Very wobbly signal. It shows that there's auroral conditions going on. Look at that noise that I get intermittent like that. I have no idea where it comes from. This is crazy. Skidology 6955 coming in decently. And UFO battleship. Cool frequencies. Spy numbers. Yeah. BT radio. Rain and thunder now. Yeah, here it's bizarre looking outside. It's like it's sunny. It's sunny and weird. So if I look at the map, yeah, I'm in that stuff on the left side of the screen is all coming towards me. I'm in some kind of hole where there's nothing happening, but that's gonna change. That is gonna change. There's gonna be a lot of rain. Hey, Craig Martinetti, nice to have you back. Mike WX50, heard 12189 on the Shrewsbury Kiwi SDR. Chicopee Radio, 6955 strong in this area. David Ward, Texas, not getting M12 at all. Skidology, no joy for 12189. Perry, 12189 coming in weak in Sherbrooke, Quebec. Martinetti, I'm going to be leaving in about an hour. The coffee lounge is closing. We'll be back when I get home. No problem. Last week we were strong, but they didn't have any message. Ajay Dakota 6955 is through static now, but reasonably good. Craig Martinetti, WDXR 2ROE is my shortwave radio call sign. Shikipia Radio, it's dark here now, waiting on a boom of thunder. Brian Leisner have a Woodman X5 not sold in some countries. The laser is actually dangerous. Skidology, I am, however, getting 12189 pretty clear on the VE3HOA Ottawa Kiwi SDR. Lots of lightning from Memphis and Vermont. The H1AO, by the way, not all Baofengs are banned here, only those which don't adhere to the law. BT Radio just turned off all my transceiver power supplies. The H1AO says we had a sign in our laboratory. Don't look into the laser with the remaining eye. That's good. Chicopee Radio says, looks like it's 10 p.m. Oh yeah, when you get really bad thunderstorms and it gets real dark, it's crazy. James VW, nice to have you on board from Woodhaven, Michigan. Skidology, it's a good thing I don't have any transceivers that have power supplies that can blow during thunderstorms. I just have magnetic loop antennas. Receive only, yeah. Well, the amplified ones, like an MLE30, the GA490, anyone that has power going to it, those amplified ones can actually could actually be damaged with a very close lightning strike. Doesn't have to hit it. Just a close lightning strike will blow the amplifier inside it. For the ones that are passive, there's if you unplug them from the radio, there's no real danger. But the amplified ones, they could actually you could blow the amplifier inside the magnetic loop if a lightning strike would be real close. I mean, it has to be real close. Brian Leisner, the Woman X1 Pro is so powerful, the flashlight will burn a paper bag. Needs fan cooling and turns night into day. Insane they make flashlights like this. I mean, I have flashlights that I purchased on Amazon. They're not what you're what you're describing, but I am so amazed. I bought them in only because when I needed 18 650 batteries and a 16 I'm all messed up in the numbers of the batteries now. So I needed 18 650 batteries, and I went on Amazon, and they were the same price. If I bought, 4 of them, and I bought flashlights that had them inside, it was the same freaking price. So I was like, well, might as well get flashlights. Flashlights are always useful anyways. But the brightness of these flashlights, it's crazy. I turned the neighbor's yard into daytime with one of those. It is crazy. I just can't believe how powerful these things are. And I mean, they're not as powerful as what you're describing. And I'm already amazed at those. So it's like, wow. We're getting there with like, I look at those and I'm like, well, these are LEDs. And I'm like, wow, there was this time we were stuck with red LEDs that weren't even very bright because they couldn't make them bright. You barely saw the red color coming out of that little, you had to close the lights to make sure you see the red LED on the device. Oh yeah, it's on. It's on. And now we got these LED flashlights that's like so powerful that it's like mind blowing. Oh, Chicopee Radio is up at his camp. Skillology, well, mine is on a balcony with another balcony from a neighbor on top, so it probably won't get anywhere near the loops. Yeah, but you know, it could just hit, you know, the other side of the street and it'd be close enough. It's and it mostly would blow the amplifier off the antenna, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's outside. It's like my GA490 is outside. If that would happen, and it would happen, that's all. There's nothing I can do about it. Jasmine says Amazon. Oh yeah, Amazon is a very, very, very bad place for batteries. They are. I would say 80% of the batteries you see there, lithium-ion batteries, are fake. They don't have the advertised power, and it's easy to see. Once you have to learn more about your batteries before you buy, and you know if they have a good brand or like, then you buy always the same brand. Because I mean, it's crazy what you get junk on Amazon for those for all of those lithium ion rechargeables. There's tons of fake stuff there. You know, 18650s go all the way up to 3,500 milliamps. And then you go on Amazon, it's like, oh yeah, we have 7,000 milliamps, 8,000 milliamps, 10,000 milliamps. It's impossible. You can't. The chemistry of the battery prevents it from being more than 3,500, 3,600. So it's like, yeah, fake. Usually when you have too many for a too low of a price, also it's a giveaway. It's like, oh, look at that, I have 10 for $16. 10 for $16. That sounds too cheap, too good to be true, you know? So there's a lot of crappy stuff in there. I usually know most of the time, unless some people said that some actually do the trick, but most of the time I've noticed that the ones that were really, really like no good compared to the others, they weigh a lot less when you have it in your hand. It's like, oh, this weighs nothing compared to the other one. But apparently I heard that some people said that some actually come with, like they put cement or whatever in the battery to make it way more to, you know. And so it's like, the H1AO Amazon is going south. Customer obsession is gone. All what is left is fulfillment. Yeah. You got to be careful what you buy. You got to check the details of everything you purchase. It's crazy. 54 Cal says 17675, Radio New Zealand, Pacific. Good signal again. KK7PZA, the ham photographer. Nice to have you here from Arizona. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. What did I say here? The best is some of you have places where you buy is Yeah, places where you buy your batteries, you know that it's a good spot. They're good. Keep that because it's important. Here, my surplus electronics store, Addison Electronics, sells those batteries, the 18650s and so on, and they have the good ones. They would not sell junk there. So I know that if I want to have the real good ones, I go there. I actually, my next purchases of 18650s will be from there. They're a little more expensive, but you know what? You got the good batteries. And so I like the name too. It's like they're called Atomic. It's like, yeah, I'm buying atomic batteries. Skidology, what about Canada? Batteries here can be shipped by the air. Here it's super complicated. Only company, there's only a handful or like a couple of companies that do it. But nobody wants to ship anything with batteries. I mean, I got a box here that I was supposed to send to Mr. Head Idaho, and I was never able to get it off because there's batteries, lithium-ion batteries inside. The only company that would do it was UPS, but you had to fill out this crazy form, and it was like almost $300 shipping, and that was not over because there could be over more fees once you continue filling up the stuff. I was like, okay, $300 for what is essentially in there, maybe $300 of radios. Better buy the radios. So let's try the next frequency, guys. 13475 CW 13474 upper sideband. That's in 2 minutes time. I have this crazy nice today. Dang. So this is going to be the M12 spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. UFO battleship is the laser guy Styropyro. He makes some cool lasers. They're like future Terminator movie weapons. Ouch. Look at that, I can't ship batteries by air in the US either. RJ Dakota, yeah. I don't know. If I have to go back on my Amazon account to check what the name of the flashlights are, but they are great. They are really, really amazing. And I purchased. I have 3 of these flashlights, and I purchased them because they came with 18650 batteries, the good ones. They are truly the good batteries. They're yellow, and they are. I need to go and check out on the side what's the name of them, but those are really, really 3000 milliamp hour batteries, which is really good. David Ward, 16675, fitting in and out. Dustin Love, lasers, batteries, and LEDs, all dangerous. Keegan DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. So, is anybody hearing? I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing anything. I don't know if any of you are hearing something, but I'm not hearing anything on, I'm going to try it on the Texan H501X, which is right here. On the GA490. Nope, nothing. It's getting darker outside. I guess the bad weather is approaching. Don Royal, nice to have you on board. Any listeners using the Showing LC90 radio? Yep, I am using it. Anything wrong with yours or anything you want to know? DJ Craze, only thing I got from Amazon was 11 millimeter steel balls for my pachinko machine. They seem fine. I mean, you know, what Amazon sells is not all junk, but you need to check out what you're buying, especially with the batteries. Jasmine says 18650batterystore.com is my go-to for genuine Samsung batteries. King and the Xer resumed uploading radio videos after a 2-year hiatus as of August 12th. Continue, man. And have fun with it. Have a lot of fun with it. RJ Dakota says, used to have a big 3-cell Maglite, but that's where I learned my lesson with Duracell batteries. Oh, God. Yeah. Brian Leisner, Anna ships FedEx, and if I recall correctly, battery stickers on the box. Yeah, she sends radios with batteries almost everywhere. She's one of the only ones. So we look at, yeah, we're in, last I checked, we were at, yeah, we're back up to a minor storm level. When we started the show, we were at, the K index here was 3.6. Now the K index here is 5.8. So that means here in Montreal, we're within minor storm level and the geomagnetic storm right now. So that's why I'm not hearing. What else do we have? Cool, Keegan. Continue and have fun doing it. Post more. We want to see what you're getting on your FMDX and anything radio related. Jasmine, yes, it was Styropyro I saw on YouTube. Watching Michelle, it's crazy the stuff he builds, crazy and dangerous. All right, I'm gonna have to check that out. New channel to go and check out. Technology, yeah, FedEx shipping. Anna will keep the batteries in it, but Canada Post she won't. Yeah. Also, there's a wideband over the horizon on 13500 or that other wideband thing. 13500. Yeah. I got a lot of, look at that noise. This is crazy what I'm getting. So I'm not getting over the horizon radar. I'm getting local shit. Look at that. 13560, yeah. Well, we got a Radio Marti on 13570. WSI Homebrew, I recently flew to Arizona with some 18650s to power radio. No issues with carry-on luggage, no questions asked or assholes. Tosanov is hearing 13475 very weak. Eschatology, Durasmells. UFO battleship, wind up radio with light and siren. Yeah, got a few of them here. Or at least anything air regulation are 70% or less charge on the batteries. David Ward. Noise. Perry says barely audible. 135,475. Oh yeah, Brian Leesner. Sometimes I listen. When you concentrate too hard, you swear you hear it. Your brain makes CW sounds. It's crazy. All of that while the Pirate on 6955 is still there, very good. So, very good Pirate on 6955, quite strong. The H1AO rhythmic sound on 13475. If they sound like whoosh, 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 it could be some Kodar, which is a type of ocean radar. Tosolov, lasers, LEDs, batteries, and lightning. What can go wrong? Blogger says you can have batteries in your carry-on, but not in your checked luggage. King and DXer have unbranded battery charger that came with 18650 batteries. And set for my Cortesen DX286. Yeah, they're not 9900 milliamp hour, that's for sure. Because the highest that a 18650 battery can be is, I think, 3600 milliamps. Blagadai, nothing on 13475. Brian Leesner here, CW and that mess. Don Royal, no problem with my LC90, just love it. Okay. Yeah, it's even here. Like, I listen to it quite regularly, so it's never very far from where I am. It's right here. So what I like sometimes, because it's kind of decent on shortwave, I like to spend a whole evening listening to what I want to listen to on shortwave. So I'll have 4 or 5 hours of shortwave listening, and then it's like, okay, let's go to the BBC World Service stream, or let's go to some other stream of something I want to listen to. And it's kind of cool to have like that hybrid device that is like, okay, going from shortwave to streaming now. I find that really cool. Bert is hearing weak CW on 13475 and a lot of warble, which goes with the minor geomagnetic storm that is going on right now. So the H1AO, no CW, very weak, 13475. A little better on the beverage, says W7I Homebrew. Tosanov, Space Weather just issued a moderate storm level, which means our radio listening tonight is not going to be that great. Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board. And 13475, too noisy. 50 per cal, M12, very faint on upper sideband. Brian Penny, Pirate now on 2125 UTC, 6955 USB. Chill Lounge, Florida. This is what I'm hearing pretty well here on 6955. WSONI route 13475 here also has a wideband signal superimposed, maybe Kodar or something. So yeah, if it sweeps here like a sweep, it's a Kodar signal. That frequency range has Kodar. I get it from time to time. Skidology, what website do you use to check space weather for the propagation conditions? Well, I usually just go to spaceweather.com to check for the general propagation conditions and geomagnetic conditions. But there's the Canadian what's the website? There's a website called Space Weather Canada, and here you can have the latest space weather data and plots in real time, which gives you all the information about what's happening depending on the latitude of where you are. So you can check it out. Here, I'm going to give you the website. So Space Weather Canada, which is a Canadian government website, has a lot of data of what is to come. So short-term forecast, zonal review forecast. There we go. Check. Okay, here's the. So here, this page will give you on the Canadian side, will give you some conditions of what is happening and how strong it is depending on time. So, and there's a forecast. So here's the link with the map and the zones. Because what happens is when you look at space weather, what is very important is to look at the where you're located. Depending on your latitude, you will have more or less effects from the geomagnetic storming conditions. Because the closer to the North Pole, for example, you are, the more effect you have. So here in Montreal, I have a lot more effects from a geomagnetic storm that somebody lives in Virginia or even in Miami, because they're further away from all of this. So they might hear something, say, well, here it sounds fine. And I'd be in the zone where it's very stormy because I'm much closer to the auroral areas, and I will not hear it or hear it very weak. It can make that huge of a difference. And we see it regularly where I don't hear nothing, where somebody just maybe 1,000 miles south of me will say, well, I hear it. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that if there's any geomagnetic effects and conditions going on, well, I will be one that will be affected most compared to all the people that live, say, to the south in the United States. And the reverse is true also with the South Pole, because I mean, we talk about auroras. Auroras are not just North Pole, it's South Pole and North Pole. So in Antarctica, they will have auroras, and they will have also in South America, say Argentina, Chile, they will see that effect of the geomagnetic storms. The closer, the more they are south, closer to the South Pole, the more effects they will see on the conditions too. Tosinov, if it's a splatter of noise, of some kind of noise, or pulses, that it's very wide, then it's some form of radar probably. If it's sweeps that you hear, that's Kodar. Jasmine, it's only a matter of time before someone kills someone with a laser gun. That'll be good. Laser gun. Like an eye, 6955, upper sideband, parent strong here. Peaceful music. Yeah, slow sweep, that's Kodar, which is the, okay. I just saw a bus. That means that they closed off the main street where the buses pass for some reason. Maybe a car accident. Brian Leesner, 6955, excellent signal. So yeah, Tosin Love, that is a Kodar. Bert says, I'm hearing the whoosh whoosh sound. So it's Kodar. Yep. There's a lot of them on around that range and the 12 megahertz range and the 4.5 megahertz range. You hear them at night, a lot of them, which are all scattered across the coast around North America. And they actually come back with all the maps of, ocean waves, current directions, all sorts of, impact of it's really, really, really kind of cool to see that all the data that you're getting from a radar on the HF bands, just looking at, you know, the ocean. So we have 14643, the next one. We'll see on that. 14643 CW. 14642 upper sideband. This is what's coming up. And we'll see what happens with that. It's not raining, eh? To make sure that Paul the cat is not stuck outside in a thunderstorm. That would not be nice. Although he has all these places that he goes and hides. But still. All right, Paul. Hey, Kenneth, KWLS61. Nice to have you on board, my friend. And always nice to have you here. Let me just go here. From 103 Fahrenheit, sunny Tucson, Arizona. And have to go on a chicken feed run. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A chicken feed run. Okay. Tosin loves adding stuff all the time. Lasers, LEDs, batteries, lightning, and lettuce. All radios, remember back in the February, they had TikTok radio on 6925, and it was audio from someone having a screaming meltdown. There's all sorts of things on pirate radio. Pretty choose, wasn't there a recent incident with a AirPod charger catching fire on an airliner? There probably are a lot more than we even know because, they talk about some, but I can bet you with all the devices everybody has, there must be way more incidents on airplanes with something catching fire because of batteries than we even know about. Oh, that is good, Keegan. Pretty good FMDX there. I really need to get more into it. Ozark Chief, nice to have you here. Blagadai, on my last flight, they said we couldn't put chargers in the overhead compartment and had to put them under the seat. Wow. So let's check out. Could I hear that one? What's the frequency that I posted? Just gonna check the frequency. 14643. Am I hearing anything? No, absolutely nothing on that frequency here. Absolutely nothing. I'll tell you that. John Beckham, nice to have you on board. There is an Homebrew 13381 to about 13550. Yeah, that would be it takes a pretty good chunk of spectrum. On an SDR, it looks like they're diagonal lines on the spectrum of an SDR going through. Ryan Leisner, Noah, the Space Weather 2. Yeah, absolutely. The one with that I shared for Canada is good because if you live in Canada, it gives you the idea about the Canadian on wherever you live in Canada, what it kind of looks like. Yeah, there are like on the 4 megahertz range, for example, there are like close by 2 Kodar frequencies. So you see, if you look wide enough on an SDR, often you see the diagonal lines going down the waterfall, but there's also diagonal lines below the other one, which is also going down. Yeah, it was very cool. I was our chief. Absolutely. Skillology says, okay, I use both sites. Just wanted to know what you use, so I had the best website to use. Yeah. If you dig into the Canadian one, there's a place where you actually can get even your K index, your local K index at the latitude where you live. Pretty choose. Canada can give you space weather, but if you get a tornado while fishing in the middle of a lake, my friend McGog, you're screwed. Yeah. That's pretty much it. You'll see auroras tonight. You'll die in a thunderstorm tomorrow. That is Canada for you. Hope you enjoyed the auroras where they lasted. Yep, there's definitely a really big line of bad weather coming. I can see that it's starting to dark and get real slowly real bad. And it's not going to take a lot of time. This is what it looks like. And that dot here is where I live. That dot right up here. This is where I am. And this is all the nasty weather coming. So I'm almost there. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take a break to my caregiving duties. I'm going to also go and check on Paul the cat, which is outside. Make sure that he doesn't spend his night outside in that bad weather. And I'm going to leave you with the soothing sounds of let's see, what do we have here? Of Spain on 15500. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Pues en este caso las cosas siguen más o menos como las contamos ayer. Lo que tenemos claro es que Rodri tiene un acuerdo cerrado con el Club Barcelona en principio para los próximos 4 años. Esto lo confirman desde el propio club y que Barça y Manchester City se encuentran en estos momentos en plena negociación. Es verdad que aún existen discrepancias en el precio final, por eso hay que dejar claro que la operación no está de momento cerrada. Pero tampoco es menos cierto que la sensación ahora mismo es que no deja de ser el típico tira y afloja de una negociación entre los dos grandes clubes, a los que, por cierto, les pongan una gran relación. Así pues, optimismo total ahora en las dos partes, hay que tener un poquito
que de paciencia, pero parece claro que a principios de la próxima semana el centrocampista brasileño se convertirá oficialmente en nuevo jugador. Optimismo, en el caso Rodri Hernández, entiendo que todo lo contrario en cuanto a Julián Álvarez. Sí, este es un tema mucho más complicado, evidentemente, nada tiene que ver con el caso de Rodri. Lo último que conocemos, como ya venimos explicando, es que Deco se vio en Madrid con Fernando Hidalgo, el representante del jugador argentino. En esa reunión quedó marcado un día clave para esta operación y es que nosotros el próximo lunes 7 de agosto. ¿Y cuál es la clave? Pues que este es el día en el que Julián tiene que presentarse al Cerro del Espino para poner las órdenes del Cholo Simeone. La intención de la araña es hablar precisamente con el técnico argentino y también, si se puede dar, con Miguel Ángel Gil Marín para intentar convencerlos de que se hagan a negociar con el Barça. Un hecho que, sinceramente, parece muy complicado, tal como se vienen dando los acontecimientos, incluso más empezando las declaraciones hoy del Cholo por la parte del Barça. Se entiende que si esto llegase a suceder, una nueva oferta por Julián, pero que la fiesta previa al Atlético sigue cerrando este Barça en el momento de pasar a un plan alternativo para conseguir el fichaje más delantero, pero muy necesario, por cierto, sobre todo tras conocer la marca. Y pasamos el reparto de Andrés Ramos con Alonso, que ya mejor de viaje para jugar en el Liverpool. La noticia la adelantaba ayer a última hora de la noche Fabricio Romano y esta misma mañana lo hemos podido confirmar. El central uruguayo ha acudido a la ciudad deportiva de Joan Gamper para recoger su pertenencia y despedirse de los partidos hasta ahora. Su compañero será mañana cuando ponga rumbo a la ciudad inglesa para ponerse ya las órdenes de Andoni Iraola en el conjunto red. Como decíamos, la falta de confirmación oficial se trata de una adquisición de una temporada. El Liverpool se va a hacer cargo de toda su ficha, unos 12 millones de euros brutos aproximadamente, y existe también una opción de compra no obligatoria de unos 55 millones de euros. Y esta mañana ha sido movida en la ciudad deportiva. Hemos conocido también una sorpresa que hace referencia a Marca Sodó y a Runi Bardaki. Ambos jugadores estaban invitados por la empresa a sus compañeros, pero a la hora de dar la convocatoria, Antublic les ha comunicado que no contaron con ellos, y por lo tanto no formarían parte de la expedición que viajaba a Italia. Desde el club se transmite que ha sido una decisión principalmente del entrenador, pero no hace falta ser muy mal pensado para deducir que se trata también de una medida de presión por parte del club para generar su salida. Recordemos que en el caso del canterano tiene ofertas de Arabia Saudí, principalmente del Al Hilal, y el Barça espera poder ingresar unos 40 millones de euros en su venta. En cuanto al delantero sueco, estudia una cesión o un traspaso con opción de compra. Por cierto, los dos canteranos que están a punto de decir adiós a Josa Turén, que se irá al Ajax de Ámsterdam, todo preparado pendiente de confirmación oficial, y Totti Marquez con varios equipos europeos interesados en hacerse con sus servicios. Gracias, Dani. Pues por fin el Club Barcelona, que esta tarde ha expresado su más sincero pésame por el fallecimiento de Jorge Messi, con esta fe de dolor y respeto al que se han sumado infinidad de clubes, federaciones y deportistas. Alay Vives, buenas noches.
Buenas noches, Miguel. Por fin, hoy toca despedirnos de Jorge Messi, Gabriel Messi, que ha fallecido en Rosario el último maratón en el viernes al sábado a los 68 años después de una larga enfermedad. Además de padre, Jorge Messi fue el representante de su hijo. De hecho, fue él el consiguió en el año 2000 el Barça para por Leo y el resto de su historia. Para acercarnos a la figura de Jorge Messi, tras hablando con Marcos Durán, colaborador de Tablero.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, la situación un poco complicada. En Argentina se ha llegado mucho respeto, con mucha cautela esta noticia. Somos rumores durante el Mundial y por eso mismo todos los medios de comunicación han sido muy respetuosos con esta situación. Reacciones de todo el mundo del fútbol han sido instantáneas. Clubes como Rosario Central, que es el rival último de Nelson Boys en Rosario, el club de los Messi también esta producción. Es una noticia muy dura para una persona que es muy importante en la historia de Argentina por todo lo que hizo no tenemos que olvidar que a Jorge Messi seguramente sin Jorge Messi no se entendería a Lionel Messi. Padre de familia, trabajaba en Rosario y dejó todo para esto, Donald, Celia y una de las hermanas me hicieron volver al escenario y fue el mismo Jorge que como Lionel se quería hablar de personas, pero que quería muchas veces se ha contado que lloraba en el hotel y que no venía.
So Spain coming in pretty well. It's interesting because there's a lot of colors, but we don't see any spikes like thunderstorms. Like, you know, I don't see crashes. Like, so, you know, lightning crashes are, it seems to be mostly maybe heavy rain. All right, let's continue this. It's always nice to have you here. Toast and Loaf says, I think there's 3 separate codars, all 13 to 50. Oh, that's possible. There's a lot going on in there for that. Brian Lee's there, Hair Spy. Is there a play queued up for the CW? So I think now there was a lightning crash. So Bert or the CW? TikTok Radio. Eschatology. Great Gabriel, no luck with 14642 in Montevideo. David Ward, nice level crazy today. Kenneth KW61. I received my ZWS 802 last night. Picked up 67245 kilohertz RNZ inside my house at 5.8 after charging up. Cool. Bert says it's not moving the needle, but it's above the noise. Psychology, the screaming gave me PTSD because I have autism and I have frequent meltdowns. Yeah. You got to avoid the triggers, unfortunately. It's these are difficult conditions to deal with. Jasmine, if you look at the top of the live spectrum when the codar is going, looks like a wave going across the top of it. So it's fast CW now. That's good. And at least there I hear barely copyable CW. Scalology, at least I'm used to. It's not as frequent ever since I went down a milligram on my medication. It's kind of tough to have the you know, have to adjust to all of that and the environment around you. The more sensitive you are, the more it is definitely a challenge. WSRU, I disconnect my radios a lot in July, August, just for extra lightning protection. Lots of nearby strikes around here in the summers. Kenneth says, I could imagine setting up your camera for the aurora only to be blinded by the sudden white flash. Close enough. Wow, not sure if I ever looked at a Kodar with the upper display thing. GMAC, nice to have you on board. Oh, my weather station just had a few beeps from lightning, so there's definitely lightning around. So it went from very almost sunny to quite dark now outside. DH1AO St. Petersburg has a lot to say. I bet there's a discussion was behind the drone with Semtex close to the Ukrainian Antonovs and Leipzig airport. I mean, the Ukrainians have been hitting Russia hard, really hard with their drones lately. It's a whole different ballpark now. Janet, oh, I heard thunder. Just heard thunder. So here's to the live shows and thunderstorms while listening to the radio. Kenneth is hearing 15555, the preacher from Florida. Let's go check that out. Yep. Now there's lightning. Yeah, I hear it. I hear 15555 upper sideband, but it's extremely weak. With some preacher in the background. The SSB preacher, that's it. Timothy Gunter, nice to have you on board from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Oh, SWL signals hearing the Israeli channel 4XZ on 17330. I don't think I've ever heard it on that frequency. 330. 31. I think I've never heard it in that frequency range. I'm going to go try that out. Just out of curiosity. I saw one post the other day of somebody hearing the 4XZ Israeli Navy on 10001, just above WWV, and he noticed it because he was listening for the time to fix his radio clock, and he was hearing CW, and he was wondering what it was, and it was 4XZ Israel Navy. That was on 10001, just above. So 17330, you say? Not hearing anything, but the highest frequency I've ever received the Israel Navy 4XZ station is 21. It was on 21747 or something like that. I noticed it because there was a international broadcast that I wanted to try on like 21745 or something, and I could hear just a faint carrier, but I was hearing CW, so I started listening, and that's where I noticed that 4XZ was on 21 megahertz in the international broadcast band, and I was like, "Wow, okay, 4XZ." I don't know if it's still transmitting there, but I'm looking at 4XZ frequencies. Let's try the 4XZ frequencies, guys. So 14638 CW. So let's try that. CW 14638. I got nothing here. Then it's 10:231. Don't hear that one either. 10156. 10156. Nothing there. I'm hearing the I'm hearing RTTY. We're on 10153, which is the encrypted U.S. Navy coming out of the United States, coming out of Puerto Rico, actually. 10153 is it's a form of Stanag, and it sounds like RTTY. It's encrypted, and it is from Puerto Rico, and that's for the U.S. Navy. Bing Martinetti. Oops, I lost. Let me go back up. Yeah, it's getting very dark outside. It's going to be nasty. All right, Bert, have a good dinner. Uh-huh. Who do we have in the house? All right, see you later, Craig. Who is in the house? All right, Kenneth, take care. Stay safe. If you like our show, please don't hesitate to do a little donation through the Super Chat. It is much appreciated. It helps this continue. Without your help, this probably would not be here anymore. And of course, the pizza fund through PayPal. If you don't want me to starve to death, it is much appreciated. Thank you, guys. It's very, very important to support whatever amount helps. And thank you so much for your donations. And we've got some visitor. So let's check that out. Let's check that out for a second. Paul the Cat Alert. And he's drinking. He's just got in. So here he is, Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul the Cat. That is Paul wondering what is that thunder that we just heard outside. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul, saying hello to everybody. Mr. Paul? Yeah, Mr. Paul. It's here. Mr. Paul is in the house for you guys. I really need to do some kind of spot where he's going to be sitting next. So let's, I didn't put the mic back. So, looking weird outside right now with the weather. Shortwave signals, hearing KPH, CW. Yep. Timothy Gunter, I can almost get 15,500 on my Gianni radio. Hey, Fred Water, nice to have you on board. Late to the party, but I have a note. Helder Morea there. Well, you just here. He was just here now. Hope that you enjoyed the appearance of Paul the Cat. M9PXZ. Nice to have you on board. Brian Lee's there in a 6955 has to be 10 kilohertz wide. I finally saved the frequency that way. Yeah, that must be broadcast by Mixed Radio International with its very, very wide band, upper sideband signal. David Ostrowski, nice to have you on board. And I got your email, by the way. Close enough. I bet those loops in the ground are less prone to lightning damage. Yeah, it's if everything goes dark, you know what happened. Keegan's having a glass of apple juice. I haven't had apple juice in a long time. There's a at the local market, outdoor market we have here. There's a place where the they have their homemade apple juice, and it's just so good. Every time I go there, I have to buy one. Fred Water, we had thunderstorms very early this morning in Niagara, so perhaps they got to Montreal by now. Yeah, that probably is the case. Shortwave signals for XZ on 13055. Yeah, there's a lot of frequencies for XZ. Shortwave signals, I heard that for XZ on 10,001 as well. I made a video on my channel about it. The H1. Let's go up here. It's okay. AO says 76 likes so far. Steve Ostrowski says, is CJD still on the air in Montreal? Send you a video of the area. I got the video. Yep, CJD is the top most popular Anglo station in Montreal. They are incredibly high in the ratings. So on 800. But you know what's weird about CJD is that their main audience is mostly to the west, the western part of Montreal, because that's where most of the Anglos live. And the worst part is that their pattern at night, when they have to switch the pattern for nighttime, is actually really bad. And there's a lot of people in the West Island that are just complaining that they have a hard time hearing CJD. While me here on the east, I hear it all the time. Doselov, is there a time station on 10 megahertz over there? Well, there's WWV, and 10 megahertz is a frequency where there are several time stations on the air, including, so I'm not hearing WWV much, but there's one in Italy that is heard. I believe BPM China is also on 10 megahertz. Of course, you've got WWVH in Hawaii. So, yeah, 10.1, you're probably on 10.15. Did you hear something like, I'm going to go back up here to 10.15, 3, 4. I mostly hear the Navy at around 10153 here. Nirudine Mazari, bonsoir. J'espère que vous allez bien. C'est un plaisir de vous avoir parmi nous. Ça fait très longtemps. Nice to have you on board. Greenwich Satellite 500. C'était quand même un bon radio à l'époque. The Greenwich Satellite 500. It was a decent radio for the time. Free to choose. What's the situation with water in Puerto Rico? Yeah, I don't know. I know that since they've been hit with those, hurricanes, they are still, from what I hear, it's still a big mess there. It's like there's no help, and they have a hard time doing reconstruction. Brad Shaver, we all love you. Keegan the Xer, everybody wants to see Paul the cat. Jasmine says, so cute. David Ward, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. So slow, I see some RTTY on 10155. So I'm here 10153-ish, around there. I don't see anything on 10155. Beto, nice to have you here from Scotland. Doing well. Oh yeah, he is absolutely an MSM cat. Absolutely. Paul, Fred says, Paul, the real star of this channel. Joseph says it is International Cat Day. Sorry, it was. Did someone already tell you that today? International Cat Day? Let's ask AI. What International Day is today? So we are August. Yeah, today is International Cat Day. A global event celebrated every August 8th to raise awareness for cat welfare and celebrate our feline pets. Other fun or informal observances today include Digital Nomad Day, Global Sleep Under the Stars Night, and National Frozen Custard Day. You can choose which day you want to celebrate. It's International Cat Day, but you also have the Digital Nomad Day, the Global Sleep Under the Stars Night. I like that. Bring your cat along. And the National Frozen Custard Day. I like that. These are celebrations today. Let's have fun. Pinto says the radio van is still on the air. Yep, it's off and on. Sometimes they have good days. Sometimes they have bad days. It's very, very difficult to, it's very, very difficult to, what was I saying? Again, I was reading the chat room. It distracts me a lot. So the question was Radio Van. So yeah, it since they were hit with the hurricanes a couple of years ago, they have a hard time. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. When it's good, you got to take it when it goes, because and even the relays of China Radio International have been really, really bad coming out of Cuba. Joseph, which Navy? Depends on the frequency. If you're talking on 10153, it's from Puerto Rico is the U.S. Navy. How wide, Tosanov, is the filter you're using to listen to it? When you look at the waterfall, it is centered on 10155, or do you seem to see it below? Because if it's really strong, you're hearing 10153. You're maybe just too wide in the filter, so you're hearing it on 10155. Or if you're in lower sideband, you'll hear it on 10155. Because 10153 is if you hear it on upper sideband, but if you're in a lower sideband, you probably hear it on 10155. That is the Puerto Rico U.S. Navy station. And that's the only thing there. So strong, like you're mentioning it, Tosanov, that's what you're hearing. The same signal as me. Maybe you're in lower sideband on the Kiwi rather than upper. Fredwater, have there ever been a bilingual station in Montreal or anywhere for that matter? So that's an interesting question because Montreal is probably the most bilingual city in Canada. It's like most people speak English and most people speak French, to varying degree. So it would be kind of interesting to have something like that. What came the closest to this was way back in the late 70s until the mid 80s. Our rock station, Shom FM, on 97.7, they decided in the late 70s that they would, even though their license is for an Anglo rock station, they decided, who's gonna, complain? Let's have French language music, French language rock music, and even have a little bit of French in our DJs. And so they had a mixed bag of DJs that were Anglo and Francophone. And Shom FM was the closest thing to what was a bilingual station back in the day. And what happened is that the other stations that were Francophone stations were not liking that at all because they were like, they're stealing some of our listeners in our French market. And they should be Anglophone. They should be Anglo. So several stations got together and complained to the CRTC that Shom FM wasn't fair in what it was doing. So sometime in the mid 80s, the CRTC told Shom, you can't do that. You're an Anglo station and that's it. And you cannot do a bilingual thing, which today I think is the most stupid decision of the CRTC. Because I thought, you know what, this was the perfect, music has no language. And, Fred, from Canadian politics, how complicated all of this is with Quebec. So I thought that was the best way of let's, music, no language. So, Francophone listen to Anglo rock music a lot. You got this station that's trying to be kind of bilingual and I heard there are tons of people. Sheldon told me there's tons of Quebec Francophone rock artists that he would never have known if it wasn't for Shom doing that bilingual thing. And so it was just great, but competition. So the CRTC went to Shom and said, "Don't do that. We're going to take out your license." And that was the end of it. So there was never really anything bilingual officially in Montreal on the radio because of that. So it's kind of sad. So we learned today that is International Cat Day. I forgot to wish Paul Happy birthday for his cat day today. It's Catter Day. All right, Keegan. Sheila, nice to have you on board from a stormy Belleville. Well, it's kind of weird stormy here. You know what? It hasn't rained, but there's lightning. It's so weird. Joseph, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. And it's a fantastic combo of days. Snacking on frozen custard under the stars with my nomad cat. Happy cat custard day to all. That's interesting because I can't see that we're listening to the same station. Because here, when I'm in upper sideband, when I go on, oh, okay, wait. Okay, I understand why it's centered on 10155. Because I got the 0 beat on 10155. So technically, yeah, it's centered there. You're right. I'm off frequency because I want to tune it in upper sideband. But when I get to the 0 beat, it's about 10155.4 ish. So we're listening to the same thing anyways. So the carrier is on 10155 centered, but to listen to it in upper sideband, it's 10153 to decode it. And 9PXZ says lightning is lightning up that waterfall. Yep, absolutely. Lightning is lightning my waterfall. Gilles Navarro Roaring says, Brother Stare back again on my local 1340 kilohertz with no ID. Can a station air without any ID? Nope. Station has legal rights to ID at specific times. I'm not sure in the United States what that time is. It's at least every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes. Here in Canada, it's every 30 minutes. So if there's absolutely no ID, that station on 1340 is actually breaking its license rules. So somebody could complain and say, hey, there's no ID playing on that station. And FCC would go and say, hey, got to fix that. So nice to have you on board, Shelley. 10082.5. Here I got nothing on 10. Redwater politicians. Free to choose. Franco stations in Quebec had mandatory quotas, 65% Franco music. The joke back then was that 65% of Shom's listeners were Francos. Yeah, because that's the thing also. And that also is where all of it is complicated. Shom being an Anglo station doesn't have to abide by the quotas of Francophone music. Which French language stations, so all of those I want to learn a little bit of radio in the province of Quebec, Canada. Since the province of Quebec is very Francophone, there's a lot of French language stations, and French language stations have quotas to fulfill. If you're a music station in French, you have to play 65% French language music. It is the rule from the CRTC. And then the rest you can play Anglophone music. And there's no, quarter of when and how it's going to play. So what you could do is play 65% of that music 100% of the time for several hours, and then be a couple of hours of just Anglo music. As long as the quarter stays the same, it works. Anglophone stations in Quebec are not required to play Francophone music, so they don't have that burden. But they are required to play a certain percentage, like 40% of Canadian, 40 or 50% of Canadian music, something like that. I don't remember what are the quotas, but they are required to play Canadian artists. So the Franco side is you have to play Franco music plus Canadian artists. And the Anglo stations, it's just Canadian artists. So it's much simpler for them. So CHOM, as a rock station, didn't have the same constraints that the Francophone stations had. And even though they played quite a lot of Franco rock music, they weren't reaching the same quota because they didn't have to. So, I understand why Francophone stations got mad, because they're like, well, they're stealing listeners, and everybody's going on CHOM. It's like, yeah, I know. But I thought the idea of CHOM being kind of a bilingual station was a really, really nice one. I thought that was a great idea. That was great at the time. Star Child 9, nice to have you on board from a raining hard in Lachine right now. You know what's funny is that I see the lightning, I hear the lightning and all of that, but I look at the street. Yeah, it's the street is wet, but it's not really, raining much. Silver says, what? Saw something about cats picked humans, didn't pick cats. They watch what we can't see. Joseph, 11885 NHK World Radio coming in strong with some fade on the Texan PL 680. Oh, that's good. And the West Coast, there you got access to Japan. Dustin Love, let's see if there's even a peep of any signal here. 11885. Nope. It's totally, it's nothing on 11885. I do have Madagascar World Voice on 11610. Madagascar World Voice 11610 from Madagascar. So, Roaring 2020 says, haven't on the air a little while, but back with the same no IDs. As long, you know what? As long as there's nobody complains, it's gonna go on. I mean, the FCC in the United States reacts to complaints. So no complaints, no one cares. It's the same with the power levels. We suspect that a lot of AM radio stations are not going to their nighttime power levels to avoid interference, and nothing happens. It's like, nobody complains, and we're just going to do it. If we get a complaint from the FCC, then, we'll abide by the rules, but there's a lot of that going on. Free to choose, Franco and Anglo, it's 30% Canadian music. So, yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Keegan. That was so cool to see that you received Shalom FM last month. So anyway, Shalom FM, that's what happened. It was bilingual for a while. And when the stations, the Franco stations, didn't want that anymore, they complained to the CRTC. CRTC went to the Shalom FM, told Shalom, you can't do what you're doing. You're competing in, the other guy's market, and you're supposed to be an Anglo station. You can't do what you're doing. So they stopped. And it became an Anglo rock music station. But the Roaring 2020s, the FCC has very little teams to do anything. So what's happening is that they do not know what's happening anywhere unless somebody complains about it. It's the same for pirate stations. When we see the like New York City, when we see the New York pirates that are being chased down, well, that's because stations, the commercial stations, complained, and so they're going and they're issuing notices of liability and all of that, and trying to take them down. But if nobody complains, there's not enough people in the FCC to do anything and listen anything. So what happens is no complaints. They're not going to do anything if nobody complains. If that bothers you, complain. Make a FCC formal complaint that the station does not ID at all. And they probably will do something about it at that point. But if no one complains, they don't know. And the FCC doesn't monitor. It's not like in the old days where they would monitor a lot around the stations and see if everything's correct and everything is in order. They don't have that time they don't have the time to do that anymore. And there's just not enough people at the FCC. It's same here for the CRTC in Canada. There ain't a lot of people doing anything. Somebody was saying that there's 8 people in Ottawa, that are doing something. It's like, what do you want to do with 8 people when there's hundreds of radio stations and amateur radio stuff and whatever, all this stuff that you got to take care of because you're supposed to deal with it. Skidology, Canadian music requirement. Honestly, the Canadian music requirement, a lot of stations have a hard time with it, but it's a very good. Personally, it's a very good requirement, because if it wasn't for that, if you let radio stations push what they want to play, they wouldn't play Canadian music, almost nothing of Canadian music. At least that makes us discover Canadian artists. Because I'm okay with the 30% Canadian content. And Quebec, I'm okay with the fact that they have to play a certain amount of Francophone music. It's because if you let the stations do what they want, all of that get pushed aside. And there are artists out there that want to be discovered. And without radio, a lot of them were not going to be discovered. So I'm okay with the quotas. I don't know what we could have done better with, Shom wanted to be bilingual. I think what should have been done, personally, there should have been an openness. And I bet you that if you would have told a few Francophone stations you want to be bilingual rather than just Francophone, some would have jumped on board and said, Maybe. Let's do quotas. How much French time and how much Anglo time you want to do? But I think that would have been interesting. Unfortunately, it never did really happen, and it never will. It's a big business. Ajay Dakota, it should all come out competing the competition. Had a station locally that took over the competition and changed its format. Yeah. Water, when the Canadian content regulations came into the 70s, some stations tried to get around by playing all Canadian music at 3 a.m. They called it the Beaver Hour. CRTC put a stop to it. Yeah, well, here's the same thing. Here we have the Francophone stations. Some actually do that. You wonder why all evening is Anglo with very little Francophone music mixed in. Well, because they use daytime or nighttime to play tons of Franco music in the times where no one's listening so that they can play the maximum Anglo music when everybody's listening. So there is that happening here on the Francophone radio stations. And I got a few stations as an example for that. You look at their playlists during the day and during the night, and you're like, wow, we switched from Franco with a few Anglo to Anglo all evening. They want to play Anglo music only when it's really the time when people listen to. And there's very few Francophone songs in it. And so they're playing with the rules also. Idaho Head says 11885 is coming in okay. Prasan, nice to have you on board. I'm very happy to have you here from India. Hope you are well, my friends. Water stations didn't promote it as the BVR hour. They just did it. Yeah. Brian Leisner hearing WWV pretty well on 20 megahertz. Roaring 20s. Cool. Good time to go pirate AM and turn up the power to 11. Doesn't love him hearing 10, 15, 20, but 25 is weak. DJ Craze, they wouldn't play Canadian artists, not even Celine Dion, Snow, or Drake. If you don't give the rules, if they didn't make the rules, some Canadian artists went through and they would play them for sure. They would play the most popular ones, but there's a lot of artists that if there weren't this Canadian content rule, would never have made it as popular as they are today. I'm pretty sure. Free to choose. If you need to force radio stations to play stuff, the stuff they are forced to play sucks. Yeah, depends on what you want to hear. Mike WX50, I'd be happy to listen to Canadian music such as Gordon Lightfoot, Anne Murray, etc. 54 Cal, there's a NOAA weather radio transmitter I received that uses a web address to ID with. Huh. Timothy Gunter, look up Canadian country artists. Hank Snow is legendary art. I know a lot about country artists, or what we used to call Western music here in Quebec. My father would listen to country artists. I mean, he would listen to, if I try to remember. So of course, Johnny Cash was his favorite, but there was Carol Baker, Hank Snow. What? Trying to remember the other ones. As a teenager, I just wanted to just rip off my hand and not hear it, but man. I go ahead, Stan Rogers, great Canadian songwriter. JJ Cray, station ID requirement in US is now only at the top of the hour. Wow. Once per hour. Okay. Man. Okay. Future CRTC quotas remind me of when my parents forced me to eat liver. No, there's a minimum there's a minimum, like, 30% Canadian isn't that bad. We got enough Canadian artists that 30% easy. It's easy to fill. The Franco one is a little harsh. I think the Franco one could be a little relaxed because it's kind of 65. Come on, especially now. I'm Francophone. I can tell you, all you hear on the Francophone radio right now is crappy Francophone artists. The good ones are gone. And there used to be this really amazing list of Quebec artists that were Francophone that were just amazing. Today it's like, what the hell happened to music in French? Skidology 9930, WTWW. Brother Scare Station coming in pretty strong. Oh, God. Fred Waterer called it Radio Paul. All cat all the time. All the popular songs sung by cats. Pretty Chew says there's a lot of artists that don't deserve the airtime, quite frankly. Yeah, but you gotta give a fair play to everybody. Whether you like it or not. You don't like somebody, but somebody might like that person or that artist. It's music is very personal choice. So, I mean, a guy like me going to karaoke, you can imagine all the times that I'm like, okay, now that with that song, it's time to go pee. My friends always joke. It's like, oh, time to go pee. Yep. Pee time. Or if anybody smokes, it's like smoking time. DH1AO, they need more mixed language songs. And the moment it is very popular to listen to bands singing in both French and English in one song. T-Mac, Shania Twain. Yeah, but Shania Twain, that my father was listening way before Shania Twain was anything. She wasn't even born when my father was listening to country music. Justin Love, 9930, really strong. DJ Cray is also the proper legal ID in the US is call and city of license or company name like WKSS, Hartford, Maryland. Yeah. No stations does that. No, absolutely. Today's stations are like, this is K105. What is K105? What are your call letters? You didn't ID. You just said, hey, I'm K105. That's not an ID. That's the way you want to call yourself. Mike WX50, are French singers popular in Canada? I would say where the popularity is mostly in Quebec and maybe parts of Ontario or New Brunswick where there's some francophone people, but unless a French singer also sings in English, I don't think they're really that popular in the rest of Canada. There are exceptions, like no Celine Dion. Celine Dion sang in French a lot. Then she became that big artist sang in English. So that's an exception. I know that when she actually brings up a French language album, even the Anglo people want to have the French album. So it's like it's a phenomenon because she's so popular. But it's very niche. I think it's most francophone artists are niched to the francophones of Canada and mostly of Quebec. And the biggest francophone artists here, actually, if they make it big because they are able to be popular in France. If you're a French artist here and only are popular in Quebec, yeah, you know, you pay the bills, but you're not going to be rich. But if you make it to France and get real popular there, then you're a big star. You're a big francophone star. And that's pretty much the way it works. 4185, Upper Sideband Pirates. Let's check that out. I have nothing on 4185 at all here. Yeah, old radios. Well, you know, somebody somewhere in that group still wants to make money. Friend Water, there's a band called Toulouse, had a bilingual hit in '77. It always happens that way. More of this, please. It's like we have here in Quebec. I'm trying to remember his name. Pagliaro. Michel Pagliaro. That guy sings mostly in French now. But Michel Pagliaro had a English album that he made that actually went up the charts in the US and in the UK in the early 70s. He was a star, an international star. And it faded away. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get more hits. And he kind of stayed into the Quebec francophone rock scene. But that guy, I think that guy had so much potential to be a huge international star if he had maybe the right people behind him. For you to choose, René Simon also had an American career. Remember him seeing him a long time ago on Florida TV station doing a show. Yeah, and he was popular for many things also in the international scene because it was not just like singing or anything. He was a dancer and all of that. So we'd see him in all sorts of international productions, actually. He had an international career, mostly in animations and dancing and things like that, much more than the singing, actually. René Simon. Just enough, it always comes odd to hear pirates somewhere in a 21 else than 41 meters. It all depends on the propagation conditions most of the time. In winter, we have a lot of pirates in the 3, 4 megahertz range, 5 megahertz range. These are ranges to always go and check out. The bottom 200 kilohertz. It's surprising when propagation and that maximum usable frequency goes down. So DH1AO. So French in Canada is more or less similar to the French spoken in France. No, it's different. If you've heard, say, somebody in Texas speak English and somebody in New York speak English, you could, I think you could compare that to the difference of Quebec French and French in France, there's an accent, there is a difference. But we understand each other. Usually the francophone Canadian artists that really become popular in France, they brush up their French. Most of the time when you hear their songs, they brush up that French to be like what we call international French. So it doesn't have, it doesn't sound like it's from anywhere. It's just French. You hear them doing like brushing up with that. Craig Martinetti, don't forget Moscow Nights. Yes, 50. I love Vicky Landros, L'amour est bleu, from 1967 Eurovision Song Contest. I mean, over the years, there have been international francophone artists that had hits that made it everywhere. There's a lot of countries actually that have artists that had a song in their native language that made it international. Music doesn't have language. If the music is great, we don't care. We don't understand what they're saying. If it just sounds good, we just like it. Red Waterer says Pagliaro is great. Yep. Aqua Botany TV, nice to have you here. I'm here for 185. Red Waterer, my French speaking is terrible, but I can understand the difference between France, French, Quebecois, New Brunswick, yeah, Cajun, Creole, yeah, absolutely. There's huge differences. For you choose, we and the French understand each other so much that when a French TV station broadcasts a Quebec movie, they need to subtitle it. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Well, they have these weird, we're the ones speaking the real French. Skidology, there's that, and there's words and expressions that we don't use here that they use over there, things like that, that make it different. I mean, if you listen to English in the United States, I think the best example is if we're not using different parts of the States, because you guys in the States, depending on where you are, it's almost like you can almost know immediately where you come from. I'll know a guy from Boston, from a guy from New York, from a guy from Texas, from a guy from, but maybe what's the closest to the explanation is British versus US English. That is the best example. British versus US English. Use guys. New Yorkers speak English. That's where you see, like we all have those differences everywhere. Even in Canada, I mean, go speak to somebody that is in New Brunswick and hear their accent in French. It's like, personally, somebody speaking to me with that accent, I find that so sexy. It's like there's something about it, but it's like, they speak different. It's their French is, the Acadien French. It's just different. It doesn't sound the same. And we're still in Canada, So yeah, skidology is pretty much that. British English versus American English. Totally. You guys understand each other, but you each have your own little thing. I like British humor. I always found that it was kind of classy and interesting. But there are references that they send out there, and that you're like, "What the hell is that?" I have no idea what did you say? I don't know. But what the difference between France and Quebec French is kind of like the difference between proper English BBC pronunciation and Cockney another accent. Robert Varner speaks fluent New Jersey. New Yorkers speak like Bugs Bunny. DJ Craze, my ancestors are from New Brunswick. They seem to have almost the same accent as our host here. Hey, Matt, MDK2 Radio in Colorado. Interesting discussion because I noticed British people online using American slang more and more. Probably the internet shrinking the world. DJ Craze, Bugs is supposed to have a Brooklyn accent, according to Mel Blanc. Okay. Like I just love Boston. Yo, Boston. Sheila, like Ontario English versus East Coast Newfoundland English, very different. Yep, yep, absolutely. Absolutely. There are differences within our own countries. Imagine within different countries. It gets complicated. It's like, okay, what, okay. And here we have something very drive your car. I like that. Here we have, when, so I like original language when I watch a movie. I will watch a movie that's supposed to be in English, with the original language because that's supposed to sound better. But we, of course, they have these productions. They will um, take a picture. Like all the movies made in the U.S. and so on are translated in French. But the problem is, if you want to please Quebec viewers and make it a good movie, you gotta translate it with Quebec French, not France French, because it sucks. And so what happens is that there's a big push for the French to be translated here in Quebec all the time because it sounds better. Like the Simpsons. The Simpsons sound great here because they are translated in Quebec French with Quebec references and the jokes. Because there's a lot of jokes that are like jokes that if you're a US citizen or if you know US culture, okay, you understand the joke. But to translate it in French in Quebec, you have to translate that joke with a reference that everybody relates to in the province of Quebec. So that is the Simpsons are amazingly good at that translation. Another old time show that I watched as a kid when I was coming home from school was the Flintstones. The Quebec version of the Flintstones is so well translated in Quebec French that it's just amazing to watch. But we don't want to have a translation from France. It sounds crappy. We don't understand half of the jokes. We don't understand half of the things. It's like it's the way it is. So you know it makes things complicated. And Quebec is a small market, so spending the money just for a handful of people. If we all spoke the proper French, we would all have one big French language translation, and that's it. It doesn't work like that. King and the Esther, my late sister had a Wisconsin accent, and her daughter, my niece, has a mixed Wisconsin Massachusetts accent. Well, that's interesting. Geology, people from Calgary sound kind of close to Southern US people, from what I heard. I know I had Australian English versus American English, worlds apart. The news reporter asking an Australian, where did he learn English? Might be proper Spain Spanish varies from different dialects too. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Go into, you know, take your Spain Spanish and go into South America where they all speak Spanish except Brazil, and you'll see there's a big difference. The H1AO, a boot? Isn't it a Canadian giveaway? I don't know. Downhill. Tulsa, Alabama, Georgia, subtle differences. GMAC, I heard some wild hillbillion backup in the foothills, East Tennessee. Downhill says, when I lived in St. Louis, I was always fascinated that such a localized region had their own accent you couldn't miss. Mike WX50, we had a basketball player here in Arkansas who was from Boston. When asked what position he played, he said he played guard. Jay Craze, I actually don't know if I just made an insult or not. I can't fully tell the difference between New Brunswick accent versus Montreal. My father lived in Montreal for a while as well. If we talk about English, I don't think there's really that much of an accent. If we talk purely English, I don't think New Brunswick and an Anglo in Montreal, I don't think you see a difference. It's like going to Toronto and Ontario. It's like there's no difference. There's no difference. We don't hear a difference really. If we talk about French, it depends who you came across, because there's the Acadiens in New Brunswick that have a very, very good accent. Matt says, oops. I remember seeing Michael Caine on a late night show talking about how he had to learn a New England accent for Cider House Rules. One exercise was saying, I parked my car at the car park. I parked my car at the car park. Imagine there's some language teacher somewhere that's like, oh, you want to learn some, New England accent? Oh, you want to be like those Texas guys? Well, here's what you're going to practice tonight. Geology, Texas has a difference in accent compared to Alabama. Texas sounds more deeper sounding. DJ Craze, I have a New Britain, Connecticut accent, which is said to be the perfect accent for an American radio personality. They say the same about San Diego. Okay. Hey, David's Radio Room. Nice to have you on board from Central Georgia. Keegan DX, I remember my sister telling me that when she moved down to Arkansas from Massachusetts, her Wisconsin accent came back after talking with me. I'll give you an example. Here in Quebec, if you were born in the Saguenay region, your French and even some words are different than if you are born in Montreal and speak French. My father comes from there, and a lot of my French when I was growing up was based on a lot of the hearing of, when you're a kid, where do you learn your language? With your parents. First of all, is your parents, and brothers and sisters and so on. And then before you get to school, there's a TV and everything, but before you get to school, it's like that's where it all comes from. I remember when I was young, and even later in life, when I did my tech jobs, people were asking me, "You're not from Montreal, are you?" Because I still have part accent, part word pronunciation that sounds more like what people in the Saguenay region of Quebec talk than a guy that was born in Montreal. So I got two things. One thing that I had to do, I actually had to correct myself. I, for a while, listened to proper French to reprogram my brain into not saying certain words and not saying certain things, because I had people tell me that they couldn't understand what I was saying in French, and it's my native language. And I worked on that over years to make it better. And but still today, I will have from time to time somebody say, "Oh, you're not from Montreal, right?" I am, but I got that heavy accent that comes from the Saguenay region. That comes from my father, and I still have part of it in my brain that's wired. So it just shows you that it's something that's kind of funny when you think about it. And we're not, Saguenay and Montreal is not that far apart, but there's a different way of speaking French, and plus, I'm the guy that speaks English, which came after, and English was a big thing. Somebody came to this channel and commented, actually sent me a personal comment here, and another one sent me a personal comment on my tech channel and said, "You're francophone. You speak French. Why aren't you doing the same channels, but in French? You'd have the Anglo channel, the French channel of each. Wouldn't that be great?" And it's like, well, first of all, two channels. I have two channels, and it's a lot of job to maintain. It's a lot of job to maintain. And second of all, if I do that, I double the channels and I have to make double videos. And you guys are going to find that real funny, but I am more comfortable speaking in English today than I am comfortable doing a live show like this in French. My brain is wired very hard in English now. So even though I speak French, I have conversations in French, a lot of my daily life is in French, I still find it, I'm still more comfortable doing it in English. And so it's like, no, I don't want to do, when I started my tech channel, I did a French language equivalent. And maybe I missed the boat because I abandoned that channel because of lack of time after about, I don't know, 6 months. I had made about 50 videos. And when I looked back 2 or 3 years later, I was going through my stuff and it's like, oh, wow. Yeah, I got a French language channel. I went to see the videos. All the videos had more than 100,000 views. And I was like, wow, did I miss something here that I should have continued? But it all was in my comfort zone. What do I do? In my comfort zone, I was not comfortable doing a French language video. I always thought that my spoken French is not suitable for making, international French language videos. There's something I didn't like about it. Maybe it's just confidence, but I was more confident in English. Redwater, if you listen to German speaking English, people from the north often speak with a British accent, from the south with a American accent. Goes back to post-war occupation zones. Yeah, that's possible. Absolutely. Paul Stringer, Skippy the Bush Kangaroo was that. Skippy the Bush Kangaroo, was that in Quebec French? Skippy, we had Skippy in French. Yeah, absolutely. Redwater, when Deutsche Welle did English, you could notice it. Yeah. All radios are from the least accenty place ever until you meet someone from somewhere and you're like, oh God. Radio and TV have probably evened out the accents a bit over decades. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, my spoken English was my friends at first, but the rest of my spoken English was TV and Anglo, and listening to movies in English and things like that. So, to choose when someone speaks Spanish to me, I immediately know where they come from. Not so easy with English. Try distinguishing an Aussie from the South African, the New Zealander. Yeah, not all of them, but I would be capable of distinguishing an Aussie from a UK and from a US. That I would be able. There's I've heard enough of English from these parts to make a difference. Matt says, very good, Jill. You might as well be from Bangor. Oh, God. IWS50 has studied a lot of Russian history as part of my college studies. Fascinating stuff. Keegan says, I learned from listening to WBUR Boston, NPR's Car Talk Brothers, Tom and Ray Magliuzzi. Technology, but then again, there's a lot of people from Calgary that sound like people from Ontario, which also sound like people from New York State. Key and DXR, I heard there are a lot of people in Alaska who sound like they're from Minnesota. Key and DXR says, Joe, that like how I picked up my late father's Wisconsin accent after my voice deepened. Yeah. Ben B. Jr. from Kelowna, BC. Welcome aboard. Honestly, not Brooklyn accent, not New York accent, just New York State, which sounds like people from Ontario, a smooth sounding accent. H1AO language is fun. Our Frisian is very different from neighboring island Umrong. We speak Faring. They Humrong. But it is fascinating to see all the different dialects, accents, and how the languages evolve over time. Free to choose. At any rate, you can monetize a French channel as much as an English one. Waste of time for little money you get. Well, you know what? It's surprising because if you can hit like the French market, France is a big market. If enough people from France get into your channel, it's actually very surprising. Very surprising. I was surprised at the views on that channel. And I was wondering if I'd continued, where would it go, But anyways, it's a lot of time because making videos is really, really taking a lot of time. I do live shows and all of that. It's something that people don't realize. And it's the same here. It's like people are like, well, you do a live show, do 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Have you ever sat down in front of a crowd and tried to talk for 4 hours? Let me know how it goes, and then come back to me. And I mean, there's quite a few guys that, oh, I'm going to do a live show, and and then they come back and are like, how do you do it? After 30 minutes, I have no idea what to talk about. Well, I think there's probably some part of it that is, I have my brain has a good connection where I can actually talk. Like, I mean, look, we digress into language, which is part of radio anyways, because we have all sorts of languages we listen through radio. One of the things that, if you want to be good in identifying anything on radio, is you don't need to understand the language, but you need to recognize the language you're hearing. So over time, from the day that I started Shortwave, I couldn't distinguish Korean from Japanese from Mandarin China. For me, that was all Chinese. But over the years, oh, this is Korean. Oh, that's Japanese. That's Mandarin Chinese. I don't understand it, but you can hear what it is because there's enough differences that, like, yeah, okay. And that is so helpful. So helpful, because if you have 5 transmissions on the one frequency at the time you're listening to, which one of these 5 stations is it? Well, the language could be the key to you knowing what you heard. Oh, it's Korean, so it must be that station. Oh, it's Chinese, it's that station. Or, it's Japanese, it must be, NHK Radio Japan, or any station that has Japanese programs. So that is something also that is kind of neat when you start listening to languages over shortwave, also listening to what each language sounds like. And I remember doing talking about with someone about the German broadcaster Deutsche Welle. And I remember that person saying, how do you just call it? Because he was like, Deutsche Welle. I was like, no, that's not how it's pronounced. It's Deutsche Welle. And he says, how do you know? Because when you listen to shortwave and heard Deutsche Welle ID all the time, it's Deutsche Welle. That's what it sounds like. That's how you pronounce that. I know it because of my shortwave listening. So there's so much in there that is just incredible that you just have to take the time, But we do the International Radio Report, and there was a report about something that came out of Deutsche Welle, and I remember I said to Sheldon, I said, you have to be a shortwave listener for a long time to actually realize that this is pronounced Deutsche Welle. Oh man. So your area's accent, all radios, is General American. David's radio room. It's that way in Germany. People from different regions can hardly understand each other. Redwater. I worked in a call center for 3 years. I heard every accent going. Yeah. With your radio in junior high, I didn't know I had a Long Island accent until we moved to Maryland, and the kids repeated it back to me. Paul Stringer. Eric Braden was born in Germany, but He sounds British. Ben Jr. says, I lived in Quebec years ago. First impression was a different accent, but people were happy with my French. I do also speak English, Spanish, Italian, and Brazilian. So a lot of Portuguese. The here in Quebec, it's not complicated. If you want to make people happy, if you just speak one little phrase of French, you're going to be your friends for life. What happens mostly here with the French language is that Quebec people are happy if you just made an effort to learn one little thing. We don't want you to speak French. You don't have to learn French totally. Learn a couple of phrases, and they're like, "We're happy. You're trying," and that's what we want. It's when somebody comes here and refuses to learn a French, it's like, yeah, okay, well, you're here in a very francophone area of, Canada. You can make an effort to learn a little bit of it, you know, but some refuse, and that's what makes people go crazy. If you just learn a couple of French phrases, it's like, we're happy. You're part of Quebec. Rob from Wick, nice to have you here. King and the Xer, my Wisconsin born and raised paternal relatives accents add a little Canadian too. One of my paternal ancestors was from Ontario. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. 9 p.m. last night, 700 kilohertz, AM 700 KBYR, the Bear, Alaska, on a Sony. Pretty cool. Hey, nice to have you back. Check up your radio. DJ Craze, Car Talks, Doug the Subway Fugitive. Bearman was once program director of the station I was engineering. He left in 84. Okay. Dakota. Yeah, lots of Africa is francophone. That helped me a lot back in the day, getting QSL cards and correspondence with a lot of African countries. I was, happy. I could listen to programs, understand what they were saying. I remember listening to Radio Nationale Chadienne at Sign On at 0430 UTC every night. And, listening to their morning show where they would take calls from listeners. And it was it was kind of a funny show, but it was kind of, it was so cool. It was all in French. I could understand it. It was really cool. Learning languages is just great, honestly. I know Ed has been in Idaho for since 73, but my wife says when I talk with my uncle on Long Island on the phone, she can hear my Long Island accent creeping back in. I'm sure that when you have an accent that comes from somewhere and it changed over time, you easily go back to it when you speak with someone that's from that area. Redwater, the call center, our head office was in Tampa. When their phones went down, we would take over. For 3 days, I took calls for a U.S. cable company. I had to redirect them to sales or service. Oh, God. Kevin Michael, Laura Branigan, born in New York, raised in the United Kingdom. Technology, basically the smooth, neutral sounding accent is what I'm talking about, which is what people outside of North America consider to be an American accent. Yeah. PT Radio, remember when you did live shows twice a week, you got burned out and went to once a month. Oh yeah, that was too much. There's a time where you realize, and I went through a period at that time. I went through a period where making, like having to do a live show became a chore. And you don't want that. The last thing I want is to come up here on Saturday and say, oh God, okay, I got to do another show. You don't want to be like that. And at that time period, I was in that mood. I was like, oh God, not another live show. Come on. And so it's kind of a, really, you can call it like a burnout. It's something people don't understand necessarily if you haven't done it, you know? And what happens is that at some point you realize that there's a limit and you got to go at your speed. And I went once a month. And even if you guys remember, I almost every summer I would like no live shows for the summer. I was like, I'm not doing live shows. I didn't want to do live shows. I was tired. Um, and that time actually was good because that once a month plus maybe the summer of no shows. When I came back recharged. I was like, okay, I want to do a live show now. I'm happy and I'm happy to be here. This is how I feel now. It's like I'm happy to be here on Saturdays. I don't, I don't have that negative. I don't feel like doing it that I used to have. Now I'm really in the mode of, okay, it's Saturday, it's live show day. It's fine, cool. I'm happy. So things changed, but it's really something you gotta take care and understand that it's a lot of energy to do anything and be hours at a time in front of an audience that you got to talk to, because you can't just stand there and do nothing. You got to think of something, and there's nothing in the chat room that's actually talking to you. Then you got to go out and say, well, okay, here's the thing. Fred Water, I get a call from the deep south and I have no clue what they're saying. Oh yeah, pretty sure. Joseph, I have a bachelor's in linguistics. Part of my favorite reason to listen to DX weird languages. Oh, that's good. Matt MDK2 says you have what the Irish call the gift of the gab, at least when it comes to doing these live shows. DJ Crazy Chef Underground is now showing Mixed Radio International on 6950 as of 2312. So, I think it's 6955 because that's all I get, and it's very strong and it sounds like mixed radio. So it's 6955. DJ Craze, because it's still there, very strong. This is just perfect reception. How do I find your tech channel? I'll just post it here if you want to join. It's very Windows centered with tech stuff. So, if you're not a Windows guy at all, I don't think it's for you, but there's a mix of all sorts of things. So this is the channel. Here we go. If you guys want to join in. I know some people find it very interesting. So if I remember my non-radio friends. Oops. I was going to go back here. Okay, here we are. Go down. Okay. Tosanov says, I remember my non-radio friends couldn't tell the difference, really. Just sounded foreign to them. Yeah. Yeah. The H1AO says you pronounce Deutsche Welle 100% correct. Amazing. It's Deutsche Welle. What do you want? It's not nothing else. It's Deutsche Welle. It's the only German I know. Deutsche Welle. Ping Martinetti, born in New York City, raised on Staten Island. Keegan the Xer, not to get political, but I heard that Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders sounds like he's from Brooklyn, New York. Chicopee Radio was born and raised in Holyoke, Massachusetts. Moved to Chicopee during my teen years. Close enough. We would visit my mom's family in the South from New York every summer. I'd always come back with an accent. DJ Craze, I wish I knew French. My father never taught me. I don't know why. Most of my cousins know French. Ben B. Jr., all Quebecois were so happy and smiling when I started a conversation in French. I really like Quebec. Wifey wants to move there. The skills of other languages do help listening different countries. Yep. Rob from work, I've been told Kiwis can be differentiated from Aussies because they sound harsher. Pirate just now on 6925. Let's go check that out from DJ Craze. Not hearing anything on 6925. Timothy Gunter, love visiting Canada, especially Ontario and Quebec. In the X, there is some French from CHU, FME Skip from Ontario and Quebec, and from you. For you choose, we are starting to have lots of Latinos here in Saint Hyacinthe. And the thing is, if you talk to them in Spanish, they are like, "Por me hablas tú en español?" You know, in Montreal, we're used to immigration. I'm used to immigration for all the time. But immigrants were not very visible in small rural communities outside of Montreal, pretty much. I remember going to, for me, it was funny. The stories, here we see all communities. I'm used to it. It's normal. I went to Chicoutimi, Quebec, and one of my uncles looks at me and says, "Look," and I'm looking at the other side of the street. There's a black guy, which in my head I first thought was, "Wow, is he the only black guy in this area?" Because it's like, in Montreal it's normal, but in Chicoutimi it was like, and I'm talking 30 years ago and even more, if not 40, no, so 35 years ago. And so he's like, "Have you seen the black guy?" I'm like, "Yeah, so." And he's like, he can't believe that I'm just like, and I look at him, I said, "I see them all the time in Montreal. For me, that's everyday life." But for them, it was like, "Did you see the black guy?" I was like, "Oh, come on." So wet. DJ Craze. I'd say this, I think I know more Japanese and Spanish than French now. Lower sideband, pesky. Okay. Vegan DXer. That's how I felt uploading videos at times like a chore. Went on hiatus. No, if it looks like a chore, if you find it that it's painful to take the time to upload a video, then don't do it, because not only is it not fun for you, if you actually upload the video, you'll do it in a crappy way. You'll just do it real fast because you want to just, I just want to take care of this and that's over. If it's a chore, it's not something you should do. I say it all the time when somebody tells me, should I open a YouTube channel today? I think today is way tough to get up there, but it's not impossible. Some still do. But you know what? You open a YouTube channel to do something, start by having fun. Okay? Have fun. Have fun doing it. And you know what? If it comes up to something, then cool. But start by having fun. Okay? Just don't think about whatever. Start by having fun, And if you have fun doing it, if it does come popular because you're doing things right, well, that's the reward of you're having fun and you did something that people want to watch. That's cool, That's the way it works. So, but today's monetization and all of that is crazy bad on YouTube. So even my tech channel, in the last year, it's a constant drop in monetization. There's all sorts of things in there. I mean, ad blockers are hurting a lot, but there's, ads are not as, don't pay as much as they used to, and there's all sorts of things, which makes it, difficult. And this is where sometimes you're like, you need sponsors or whatever. So, on my tech channel, I'm looking at sponsors that would be non-technical. It's a tech channel. I don't want to have a computer company. I don't want to have no. I don't want to talk about anything like that. But you can do like what is neutral sponsors. There's this guy that I actually like, Professor Rock. The guy has as a sponsor a glasses company, an eyeglass company. So it's like he has different pairs every time, and he he talks about that company, that whatever you need in eyewear. And so it's like that's what the kind of thing. Another one is coffee, so that would be the thing. It's like it's neutral. It's not related to the content. It's a neutral thing that, hey, this is my sponsor for whatever. So anyways, these are things, because right now I feel squeezed. So when I'm asking you guys for donations, there's a reason behind it. You guys have been helping out, because slowly I feel like squeezed out, and I'm like, okay, I'm 57 years old. What if, I have this now in my head. It was a what if. What do I do? But I still have options, and I still have possibilities. It's not the end. But when I ask for donations, that's the thing. It's like, you guys are helping out. And I have a few guys that on the tech channel, they, send me tips through the videos that I post regularly and things like that. So, it's life. That's the way it works. And that's the way, that's the life I chose. So it's like, okay, we'll deal with the life you chose and try to make the best of it. DJ Craze, I just checked, they're not on 6950. Yeah, 6955. Yep. Kevin Michael, my father understood some German. My parents spoke it. But from Wick, you should have sponsors. It can be done in a way that isn't selling out or compromising integrity. Yeah, that's the thing. Having sponsors that don't have a link with the content. I don't want to. That's not compromising. If I talk about, if I do a sponsored here, it's like, hey, that's my favorite coffee. Well, that doesn't compromise anything on my channel. It's like I'm talking about coffee. It's up to you to say you want to try it or not. Mike WX50, Professor Rock is cool. Yep. King the Icer. I thought about uploading some clips all on one, but only know how to upload individual clips. Oh, when you if it's from the PC, Keegan, when you click the upload button and it opens up, if you're on Windows, the File Explorer, what you're going to do is you're going to click the first video and hold down the Control key. Hold the left Control key and hold it all the time. Click on each video on upload. You're going to see they're all going to highlight. And once you're done, leave the Control key and just click the upload button. And you'll see it'll go on the right bottom corner. You're going to see a list of videos all uploading at the same time. And they're all going to be there waiting, and they're all going to be set to private. So you just have to go in after that and, change all the details you want to change on them, give them a title, or if you don't already have one, and so on. And so just do that. If it's a Mac, you hold the what's that? The Mac key, or what was the key? I had a MacBook for 10 years. I don't remember which key you have to hold. So anyways, you hold a key so you can actually choose many of them. And then you click the upload button. Matt, it's ridiculous that ads don't pay you well, because when I run your stuff with ads, I have this show to different machines with ads right now. They run very frequently. Yeah, but they give very little amount of money. And yet, if I look at because I have all the metrics through YouTube, if I look at my percentage of my CPM, the amount of money I get per 1,000 views, I am actually in the high bracket. I'm not in the low bracket like a lot of YouTubers are. I am actually in a bracket where it's like, this is supposed to pay more. And but the problem is, I don't know, there's something going bad with YouTube ads and ads in general. Even the big networks are complaining that they can't have ads like they had before. I think there's too many places now that you can actually do a ad campaign, but not enough. You don't have to spend a lot of money because everybody's going crazy into, oh, come here, I'll give you a good deal. So the prices of ads are going down all the time. Tosla Professor Rock is also a DJ. At Chicago radio station, I believe. Yeah, you're right. Kevin Michael, best rock and roller from the beginning of the 90s. That all depends on our age and what we've listened to in the past. We all have our favorite time for best rock. Craig Martinetti, I like Professor Rock. I follow him. Yep. Kalaji, what's your tech channel called? I'm having trouble finding it, but I'm not. Did you click on? I posted the link. Did you get the link? Here. WCT, Windows Computers and Technology. I go ahead. Thank you so much for your donation. I'm so sorry I was not able to send you that freaking box. You know, it's still here. I'll even show you the, so it's still here. This is your box. When I come to Montreal, come and grab it. It's yours. It's all packed. It's been packed like this since Christmas. I'm very sorry. I would not have done this drawing if I had known how difficult it is to send stuff and how it's so different. You know, last time I sent a box to the US, hey, just post office box. Okay, this is how it weighs. Here, it's gonna cost you $17. All right, thank you. Bye. Oh God, not now. And you got to fill out these really complex forms with the US Customs online, and you're like, oh God, it just doesn't stop. Yesterday when I was in Norton, I could receive both Boston and Providence FM stations on FM and medium wave. The H1AL, besides Frisian, we speak Lower German, and I learned the Amish are close to it. Oh. Music trees. Yep. Digital changed everything. I used to get NYC, Boston, Providence. Yeah, absolutely. 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 Well, for Merck, I run multiple websites. I'll have donation buttons. Never received a single donation ever, and I'm in the process of getting ads from them. Being nice doesn't work. No, you can't just be nice. You know, I mean, especially if it's part of your living. Being nice is not enough, and it's you've got to do something at some point. You know, on my tech channel, which has 500,000 views a month, roughly. Donations are not something I get every week, and you have 500,000 views. Imagine, and so it's running on purely on ad revenue for 500,000 views. This channel right now we're on is 100,000. This shortwave channel is 100,000 views a month. It got lower. I used to be at 250, 300,000, but I don't post a lot of videos, so it went down over time. I could bring it back up, and you know it would bring me more revenue for sure. But you guys have been pretty good with the donations, and I like that. And you know, I'd prefer to, you know, honestly, I'd prefer to maybe add a second live show and keep it like that with all the people supporting me, rather than, you know, getting pennies and working hard with bringing it back the channel real up. So I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Fred Water, I made a tech video today. There's this ad going on, and somebody talked to me about it and said, "Can you talk about it?" Says, "Okay, I'm going to talk about it." Yeah, it's, you know, it's definitely something that's shady. So it's an ad that tells you that you got a 32 terabyte, not gigabyte, 32 terabyte SSD hard drive. And when you go to their website, it's like 50 US dollars. That doesn't compute. A $50 32 terabyte drive. I mean, 1 terabyte drive costs over $100. And you're giving me 32 terabyte for $50. It's a scam. And it's an YouTube ad, by the way. And many other places too. So I reported the ad because it was like, well, this is no, this is not a good ad. I don't want to have, I don't want to make money off of having an ad that is a terrible ad that's trying to scam people. I mean, I don't want to scam people. That's the reputation of it too. And this is where ad blockers come in play. When you see that, you're like, yeah, no wonder ad blockers are used. If they can't even manage correctly ads, I understand people get tired. But unfortunately, it hurts me because those big companies are too stupid. So what happens is that I made a video today about it. It's like, don't fall for it. There are no 32 terabytes doesn't cost $50. They actually, what they do is they change the firmware. And when you plug it in Windows or a Mac, the firmware tells the computer, oh yeah, 32 terabytes. But it's fake. In it is like a 128 gigabyte SD card. So it's like, no, you don't have 32 terabytes. I don't know if they're just trying to lure people that maybe buy one and don't really use a lot of storage and they don't see. But I mean, come on. And that ad has been running for a while. And I'm not very happy with that. Honestly. Um, just go check out where I was. Bubbles Biscuit. Have you been able to receive UVB 76? Oh, multiple times here. Actually, we're getting slowly into that time period, and we're, I would say, in a month's time, in September, October, will be the best time to try it, to hear it here. But for the rest, I know it's still active. I go on Kiwi SDRs to tune it to see if it's still working. But the last time I heard it was, I think it was last fall. I was with a portable radio outside in the backyard where the noise floor is lower, and I heard it on 4625. All right, Idaho Head, come over, get the box, and we'll have lunch together at a restaurant. Chicopee says I could get Rhode Island, Boston. Okay. Free to choose. Why does Yiddish come from German? Where did it start? I have no idea. Maybe somebody can answer that question. Old radios, 32 terabyte. Yep. That's not even a spinning drive, old radios. It's very thin, so it's obviously solid state something. But it's a scam. DJ Craze, yeah, that ad is stupid. They used to label it to terabyte. It's crazy because it's like, oh, well, this drive you can't get anywhere. Of course you can't get anywhere. No freaking store will have that stupid drive there. For sure. You know. Oh yeah, RAM memory and even SSD drives today. Forget it. That shortage because of all the AI data centers is driving me nuts. Marvin Mott's second live show sounds good. Focus more on reception. Over the gray line area, special live reports there. Okay. Losalo says cheap welding machines ads often lie about the capabilities. Yeah. PVM, how did you find all the details on the SSD scam? Well, in my tech channel, I'm very connected with a lot of people. So a lot of what I talk about and a lot of the things that I will talk about, like one of my most popular videos recently is an error in the updates of the AMD chipset. And I posted a fix. Somebody came up and said, do you see the AMD chipset as an error message? This is how you fix it. And I did fix it video, which is like, I don't know, 25,000 views in 2 days. And so I have a lot of people, and some of them will purchase stuff and so on. I was almost to the point of purchasing one and just, okay, here's the scam in detail live. But somebody wrote to me and said, oh, I got one, and here's the deal. And he opened it up and he saw that inside was a enclosure with a 128 gigabyte SSD drive. And he said, oh, here's the thing. So it's like, oh, okay, thanks. Now we know. Because when I saw the ad, I knew it was fake. There was something wrong with it. There are no 32 terabyte SSD drives. And when I saw the price, it was like, no, you can't. It's impossible. It's impossible. So that's where it came from. I get a lot of news. I get a lot of stuff from Microsoft from people that I know that give me scoops. And actually, somebody this week told me, have you noticed that you post a video and then suddenly all the other tech channels have the news? And I said, yeah, I've noticed from time to time that I have a video about something about Microsoft that nobody posted, and that 2 hours later, everybody has the news item. He says, don't you think that part, a lot of things, everybody has scoops and has insiders to talk about stuff for sure, you know. Bob from Wick says Yiddish may be old European. Yeah, who knows? Maybe. DJ Craze. DJ Chris says this scamming is easy. There's no such thing as a 32 terabyte drive under 10K, and they have them for 50. Can guarantee that drive has about 64 gigabyte max usable space. Yeah. It starts writing over. Exactly. That's exactly what it does. Matt, WK2, Yiddish came from Ashkenazi Jews emigrating to what was eastern parts of Germany. Yiddish has lots of old Hebrew in it, which may have helped when they revived Hebrew into a living language again. Oh. Bedwater, I've seen that 32 terabyte drive. Yep. EJ Craze, I went to a bin store that sells Amazon returns and got a 4 terabyte drive for $2, knowing it really wasn't. The actual drive size was 32 gigabytes. Yeah. Archaeology. I saw the Shortwave archive guy from Northern Ireland, Colorado made a video of him catching an analog station from Sudbury, Ontario through East Cap. Rob from Wick says, I've watched you tech channel of his for about 10 years. If it's that old, oh yeah, it is. Before bed, your voice is very relaxing. Well, I hope so. I hope so. There's a few Linux users this week that are a little sad. Well, be happy, Craig Martinetti. If you have ads, that means I'm getting money, and that keeps me alive. So instead of being sad, think about big companies and medium companies are paying for this to continue, and you don't have to spend a dime. That's pretty cool. Jasmine, oh, you're minors in music. Ooh, okay. 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 So 4980, 6980, which I bet is Wolverine radio. Very strong. Very strong Wolverine Pirate on 6980. I say Wolverine even if I don't know it is, because I'm sure it is. And that's the style of music that he plays. So Wolverine Pirate, very strong on 6980. Mike WX50. I'm old. So, yeah, there's a couple of low-powered analog TV stations left in Canada. Not a lot of them. It's really a handful. Okay, Michael, can I get KCBS 740 San Francisco? I don't think so. I've got 730 in Montreal that's extremely powerful. And 740, I don't know how far west. If I had to look at how far west, maybe I should make a chart. Maybe I should make a chart of areas. What's the areas where I've listened and heard AM stations? Jasmine, you know what? Now that you say it, I'm starting to think that maybe you mentioned it a while back. Old radios, even I can hear it. Matt says, MDK2 radio says it's definitely Wolverine, Saturday, Sunday midnight UTC, and you hear strong signal featuring old time music at first. It can be anyone else. Yep. DJ Craze, HF Underground is mostly guessing Wolverine. Yep. You don't prepare your computers to make sure that you can decode the slow scan TV picture at the end of the broadcast, guys, because it always sends a slow scan TV picture. Andy's randomness. I miss Weather Radio Canada. Huh? Man, I think a lot of people this summer, with what's happening with the weather in Canada, miss Weather Radio Canada. Scology here is 6980, pretty clear. Can anyone tell me if they caught the testing 1, 2, 3? Can anybody hear me? Yeah, he often does that before he starts the broadcast. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, Jasmine. Now it's yeah, it's coming back to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I was like, yeah, okay, that kind of rings a bell suddenly. Ah, yeah, Michael. Anything? I haven't heard. If I think of all that I'm listening to on the AM band for DXing, I haven't heard. Um, I mean, past Great Lakes, I don't think I've heard much of anything on the AM band personally. No problem carrying Martinetti. My WS 50. I'm old and my mind is close to newer things. David in Barcelona. Here in Barcelona, I have radar on 6980. How are you, my friend? If it's Wolverine, I think I heard them here. Yes, you did. I remember one night, David, that you were hearing Wolverine when we were live. So, yep. Official SWL jam sessions. That'd be good. Maybe we should create that, a new YouTube channel called Jam Sessions. And just, you know, we could put a Zoom feed live and do something. That'd be kind of nice. Just ID'd as Wolverine, getting S7. Here it's in Montreal. I'm getting it S. It gets up to S9 at points. This is on the GA490 magnetic loop. It's pretty cool. That would be good actually, because it would actually make me take out my guitar. That I find it so sad that it's there looking at me. My Fender Stratocaster is looking at me crying. You know, you don't abuse me anymore. And Bobby Burgess still wants the official SWL gaming channel. The radio says going to go for a walk and grab a snack. No, not today. So need my blood flowing. All right, VT Radio. And keep an eye on emails. Someday I'll send you soon an email, so will you try on the Covey Hill repeater to make a contact? That would be really, really cool. So enjoy your walk. Take care, my friend. It's nice to see you here all the time. Old radios, WT2 got internet streamings. Yep. Yep. Jasmine, yes, I know you're just itching to shed Van Halen's eruption. Well, I'm not that. I'm not. I'm not going to go to that extent and be. David says, "Well, you remember, Jill? If I myself remember correctly, my memory is of picking them up with one of my Texans and an indoors wire and my previous main QTH. They definitely have to run some power. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I do remember. I totally remember that day. God. I'll be busy tomorrow, Jasmine. It's Pride is the Pride Parade. I've got tons of friends that we're meeting up together for the Pride Parade tomorrow here in Montreal. It's been Pride Week all week here in Montreal. They even put the bridge. I don't know if I can show the pictures. They there's one of the bridge, Champlain Bridge here in Montreal that is that you can change its colors. And here's a picture of the Champlain Bridge that put the colors of Pride, the Pride flag. So this is just an amazing picture. Oh yeah, Craig Martinetti. I forgot last week. I need to send you my postal address. No problem. No problem. I'll have fun. I'll have a few beers. It's gonna be tons of people. It's supposed to be kind of muggy, but yeah, you know, you know. We're supposed to be like 20 or 25. So it's like there's gonna be tons of people there. Redwater, my dad played bass, guitar, harmonica, mandolin, piano, drums. I played a radio. So you listen to what they're playing, actually, Fred. DJ Cray says, if I get the SSTV, I will post it in the HF Underground Discord. All right. Yeah, man, it's really nice what they did. Oh, cool, Jasmine, the Space Needle. Chicopee Radio, that's nice that they did that to honor Pride Month. Yep. Jasmine says, I danced so much during Pride weekend back in June, my feet were sore. The next week at radio, to be fair, there's a commonality with pop music through the decades, just as there is with dance music, rock, country, despite the stylistic developments. Yeah, youch, 4-inch heels. Youch. Youch. That must hurt. I see you girls, going around with these heels, and I'm like, how the hell can they do that? Dang. Ken Michael says rainbow is the aloha symbol in Hawaii. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. You know, we're thinking about the the couple that climbed all the way up to the top of the in New York. Sorry, just answering something for a second. Okay. So they these guys that went up the what was it? The oh man, forgot the name of it. The whoops. Sorry. Where all the antennas are on top in the in New York. The oh man, I have this blank. I think about how they weren't zapped by the antennas on top. The Empire State, thank you, Toslov. They weren't zapped. They weren't zapped. And I'm still kind of little off wondering how did the sequence of event happen? Because I mean, if you go up the Empire State Building and touch one of those TV station towers or whatever, I'm sorry, but they are going to be zapped immediately. They're dead. I mean, have you tried to, you know, like just touch a CB antenna? I still remember I was a teenager and I had one of those. And when I was transmitting, I did this. And this is for once. I can tell you, youch. Youch. Didn't feel good. And I remember my old FD450 from Yaesu. The microphone had the insulation broken off, and there was a metal screw. And I took the microphone to transmit, and that's 100 watts. That was even youcher. So we're in the low power here. Those things are, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 kilowatts, 20 kilowatts. And didn't get killed. I'm still wondering how they were able to get up there and not be dead people. It's crazy. So we have all sorts of theories about it. Maybe when they got real close, the SWR went really, really haywire and the transmitters shifted to the backup transmitters. Did they notice? And then somebody said, okay, we have to switch. Somebody said, okay, maybe up there. When the gate was open, it tripped off some security and antennas just switched to the backup. But I'm still wondering, these people are lucky to be alive, honestly. They absolutely have no idea that going that high near these high-powered antennas is like life-threatening problem. Carl Icon, nice to have you here, by the way. Thank you, Bert. I will enjoy. I have a few beers. There are going to be a lot of people tomorrow. Thank you, Keegan DXer. Jasmine would have given them a mesh note to put up there. Ken Michael, Jill, it is a wonder they didn't get fried. A 10,000 watt antenna up there. Yep. WF Sunny Homebrew. Yep. those antenna climbers, that was nuts. Not sure how they weren't seriously burned unless there was some kind of shutdown. Yeah, that's the only thing I can see. There was a shutdown before they arrived. Because I mean, they would have. Kenneth KWCC1 says, I watched a video that the gates have interlocks that shut off the transmitters when opened. Okay. I guess that's how they save their lives. Having that security. Somebody thought about it and thought, we need to have, when that gate opens, we need to have a security feature. And they did that. I mean, wow. I just can't believe it. I'm still baffled. I'm baffled that you go up there. I'm 3 steps up my ladder and it's already too high. So I'm just thinking about being up there. Forget it. I'm already going nuts. And I don't know. Mine WX50, my tongue up to a 9-volt battery was all I wanted. That always shocks the first time you do it. We pretty much all did it. 9-volt battery on the tongue. We maybe of older age. I would wonder about the younger people today. Did they ever put their thumb on a 9-volt battery? But the problem is today's technology doesn't work on 9-volt batteries pretty much. So maybe the younger generation today never got to have a 9-volt battery in their hands. So back in our day, that was a popular format. A lot of stuff worked with that little 9-volt battery. And so, you have that. Who's the first one who ever thought of that? I'd be curious. I would like to see who decided, I will put this on my thumb and see if it does anything. I mean, I know it would never have come to my mind, but somebody obviously did. It was like, oh, let's try it. Okay. How about licking the wall sockets? You want to play with that? I don't know. That's kind of crazy. Friend Water, I should catch up to Shell by $21.99. I don't know. Yeah, the microwaves from the cell phone towers, all of that. Hey, it's interesting. There's some ale. If you have software for decoding ale over Wolverine, there's a pretty strong ale transmission, and I'm pretty sure it comes from the Mars network. You could decode this, by the way, the ale transmission over it, if you guys hear it. If you have the software, which is, the name of it, that thing that you can't mess around with because it's so difficult in the interface, multi-PSK. If you got multi-PSK, you could go to the Ale section, ALE, and you can decode. I don't know if it would work over the music, but you could technically decode what they're saying. But I would not be surprised that this is a Mars network, because 6980 is very close to where the Mars military communications happen, actually. In my old tube type ham rig when I was a teenager, it placed RF on the Morse code key, and I'd get a little white blisters from the RF burns. Yeah, absolutely. It's just crazy. Yeah, it was not the first time they climbed. They climbed stuff all the time. Absolutely, Toast and Love. That one was like, do you even know how dangerous that was? Hey, Michael, try going up Mount Wilson in Los Angeles. All the TV towers are up there. Yeah. My medium transmitters will fry you instantly if you touch while you're grounded for sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. Like WX50, the younger generation missing out on the 9-volt battery experience makes me sad. Oh, God. MDK2 radio. My 18-year-old cousin introduced me to licking 9-volt batteries when I was 10. Who knows how it first began, but that's probably how it spread. Chicopee radio. I go to each battery and make sure they work. If they do, great. I have working batteries I need to keep. You know, maybe someday in some nuclear world, the only way to know if a battery is good, we'll have to lick 9-volt batteries. Oh, God. The post-apocalyptic world where you have to lick 9-volt batteries to know if it's okay. I mean, wow. Yeah, there was just an ID for the Wolverine radio. Okay, so Omru says WinLink seems to use that same type of digital signal that you just mentioned with Mars. It could be possible, Bert. You know what? There was one night where it was very interesting. I was listening to a Mars net, and that was so cool because they gave out the type of digital mode they were going to go to, and I was able to go through with multi-PSK several modes that they went through as they were going through their transmissions, and it was absolutely amazing. I was like, oh, this is so much fun, and they need to do this more. Life. That's life. You learn. I mean, I'm probably lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be alive. Because with all that I did when I was really young, I gotta tell you, Radio Romania English, by the way, 11620 is pretty good. Radio Romania English.
Palace will become a major cultural hub in the old city center as a large-scale rehabilitation project and interior development are underway.
No preamp, nothing, and it's getting to S9 plus almost S9 plus 20 on my Yesu. So Radio Romania International, 11620. I mean, I was playing with 120 volt AC. I still remember one day I went to do stuff and I plugged in I had different colored bulbs, but I didn't have the socket for them. So what I did is I just took, a plug and 2 wires. I had the 2 wires with the copper on top, and I would just put the copper on the side, the other copper on the bottom. The light would, illuminate. It was like, oh, this is cool. And then I leave the wire there. And I came back a couple of hours later and I forgot that, I didn't unplug the thing. And I took the 2 copper with each hands. That was the very, very, if there's like a bad experience in your life that it's just the worst and you don't want to have ever again, that was the worst. It's like, okay, and that could have killed me, actually. I mean, directly from the wall socket, that could have killed me. And I mean, I had tons of experience like that where I shocked myself in different ways. And I'm sure a lot of you have stories about that, but you know what? That could have killed me. I would not be here today doing live shows. I can tell you that. Uh, KWN61, just imagine 12 volt DC car batteries. Yeah, you think those, clips? Uh, I don't want to try that. I do not want to try that. The H1AO still has a scar under his underarm from repairing a TV close to the tube. I think one of the great videos you can watch online is Mr. Carlson's lab. He has a video called something like the worst electric shock he ever got, or the day I got, electrocuted or something. And I mean, the guy got electrocuted by like thousands of volts. It was something. And he explains all the thing and all the bad things he did that shouldn't have been. But man, you got to be aware of your surroundings and all the power around you at all times. At all times. Greg Martinetti went on a tour of the Empire State Building when he was a kid. Scary. And the Statue of Liberty. I'd like to do that, though. WF7I Homebrew, 11620, S9 plus 30 off. Of the good old beverage here and the Kenwood 990. Pretty cool. David Ward, Texas, says 11620 very strong. Close enough, 11620, good in Vermont. Redwater, take care. Always nice to have you on board. You stay safe, all right? Kenneth says, you haven't lived until pointing to a old vacuum tube plate voltage. Youch. Youch. Close enough. I haven't seen that Electro Boom guy lately. Of course, with all that I've seen, he's probably dead now. That guy, oh God. I got it. Just like, come on. Oh, that's interesting. MDK2 Matt says, by the way, folks, Drunken DJ, the guy behind Wolverine, has a birthday this month, so it's likely he'll continue as Drunken DJ WDDR after Wolverine is done. So that's interesting. Yeah, you guys in Europe, it's even worse. Here we get zapped with 120 volts, 60 hertz. You get zapped by 220 volts, 50 hertz. That is not good. That is not good. I can tell you that. Always discovered a YouTuber called Phoenix Typewriter. Turns out the guy died a few months ago. So just to say hi. We've got something here to say hello, Mr. Paul. Saying hello. Mr. Paul saying hello to everybody. Hello, Paul. Ow, look, you see, he's trying to bite me because now he's like, hey, you human, I want you something. And you're not following me. Huh? Mr. Paul? Yeah, look at that kitty face. Look at that kitty face. Huh? Look at that kitty face. Yeah, I know. That's a Paul little cat. Mr. Paul is in the house again. He's trying to bite me because he's not happy. So yeah, he's not happy. He's like, okay, you're not taking care of me. You don't. You're not there for me. You're not there for me. Come on, follow me. I want something. Yeah, 2 Mr. Paul sightings today. That's pretty good. Now he's biting me. Paul, big Paul. Oh, good. David says, Michelle, I can tell you that if you're sleepy, that definitely wakes you up. It also definitely leaves you a bit shaken up. You know what? I have a story about being sleepy and being shocked. I have purchased a brand new lamp. It was a nice brushed aluminum light to put under the in the kitchen, just above the sink. So it's like it was under the armoire or whatever. And I thought it was cute, and it was just great. What I didn't know is when I moved here is that somebody played with the electrical system. They had reversed. They had reversed the wires. The neutral was on the live, and the live was on the neutral. So when I mean, I had that lamp for at least a year and a half, but I had never done the maneuver. So it's maybe 3 a.m. Paul the cat is hungry. I wake up and give him food. I touch the metal faucet and I turned on the lamp. I mean, I'm half asleep, and I can tell you that woke me up real freaking good. Because, like, what the hell? So I got my multimeter and I, put on the brushed aluminum on the faucet in the sink, and I'm like, oh, that's fun, 120 volts. That means that the outlet is reversed. Somebody played with it and didn't put it back right. So I was like, oh god. So that's kind of close of your story. But I could imagine that 220 at 50 hertz is probably even worse than waking you up than 120 at 60. King and the X have rotisserie chicken with corn and mashed potato sides, ground black pepper, Tabasco pepper sauce, and Dr. Pepper. So, Keegan, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. You okay? Speed of light. I'll be there in half a second. Oh, I know what he wants. He wants food. Brian Leeson, I watched Mr. Carlson's this morning, and if you're following along at home, tube equipment operates at very high voltages. Absolutely. Absolutely. Big CW contest. Bert says. Oh, Simon Scat on YouTube. Yeah, I like that. That is very, very, very funny. Skillology, he's so cute. He is cute. I'm going to bring my daughter to Montreal so she can meet Paul. Oh, absolutely. I'll be happy to introduce Paul to your daughter. PT Radio, thank you for naming your cat after me. Hey, that name was not. I didn't give him that name. He was already named Paul before I took him over, so I just kept his name. Yeah, KW61. That's pretty much Paul says, "Feed me now." Take care, Kevin Michael. Mad Macabre, yeah, absolutely. If the electricity goes in the wrong path, absolutely, absolutely. It could be I could have died right there. Keegan says, "See you soon." Don't forget, guys. I tell you all the time that it's very important, and I'm sorry to annoy you with it, but through the super chat, you can help me out. Make sure that this continues, and of course, pizza and cat treats also through PayPal. Um, you know, you're here all the time. You like this? If this would disappear, what would you think? I don't think you guys would be happy, and you would probably miss it a lot because from all the turnout and everybody here all the time, I know that you guys like this. Also, I also very I understand that some of you cannot donate, and it's fine. I mean, I don't want to make people that are not capable of donating to feel bad. It's fine, but there are people that can, and there are people that can that probably never did a donation yet. Think about it. You know what? You like this? You like the fact we're tuning pirates, we're tuning number stations, we're talking about all sorts of subjects, radio, non-radio. This is a unique place, and think about it. Thank you so much for all that you do. It is really appreciated. David, oh yes, the thing in North America where if phase and neutral are flipped, things get hot to the touch. Yep, never happened to me here in Spain for you, for that matter, whichever way I flip the plug into the socket. Yeah, I don't know. In the extra my sister like Simon's cat videos. Yeah, they were nice. And that guy's been doing it for a long time. I remember sharing Simon's cat videos with my sister that died in 2011. So wow. Take care, Idaho Head. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated to see you again. It's been a long time. So it's pretty cool. WF7 Ombro says mixed radio pirate going on still in Virginia. 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, mixed radio was there when we did the live show. He started almost at the beginning of our live show, and I led the radio on that frequency, and he was still on at 04 UTC. That's midnight local here. And I was like, wow, this guy just keeps going and going. It's like, wow. Brad Shaver, thank you so much. Much appreciated. And I know a lot of people like that also. When listener Zappa was an example of not selling out. I attended 6 or 7 of his concerts. So lots of stuff in the pirate activity, Radio Romania English, about 15 minutes left. So it's pretty cool to have all of this going on tonight. So I've um Oh, I just looked at my email, so I think that the camera just locked. I'm sorry. I just wanted to go to my email and check out stuff. So sorry. I think it freezed up my camera. Yes, let me do this and do that. Still not yet. Give it a few seconds and the camera will be there. Here we go. I'm back. Sorry. That was I just went into my email to see if anybody has said hello. So we have Brian that is located in Florida that says hello. I am not in the chat. I wanted to say hello. I watch on my phone. I've been watching you for a while now. I always enjoy your live shows. It is very interesting. I have a Texan PL 330, and thanks to you, I follow along and also use your tips on your channel to tune around. Thank you for being there. It is much appreciated. So thank you so much, Brian, in Florida. And we have Ernesto that is located in Mexico. He says, I watch from time to time. Unfortunately, my work prevents me from being here every Saturday. And one of the things that I do like is how you're just really just, you know, a great guy and everything is just so fantastic. Your presentation, the way that you present yourself, down to earth, nothing fancy. And we can see that you love your audience. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much. Ernesto from Mexico. And I want to thank Gabriel and WF7 Umbru for your PayPal donations, by the way. Much appreciated. And thank you so much for what you do to help this continue on the live show. Oh, dinner. Apparently dinner on, I'll check it on my phone so we can show the dinner. There's some dinner. So we have Matt that has been showing us what he's been up to. So, oh, this is oh, that looks good. So here we have the pictures of, let's try this first. Ooh, look at that. Look at that, guys. That looks good. I want some. I'll be there soon. And this is the cooking. It started here. Thanks for sharing. Skidology, wait, you use your webcam to log into your email. Why don't you use your password? Because a password is not secure in any way. So I use a passkey, and a passkey requires a bio method. So is a thumbprint, but I don't have a thumbprint reader on my computer, or face recognition, which so my camera has face recognition. So it actually recognizes me and says, all right, okay, you can go into your email. I use that on almost every account now. Because passwords are getting more and more hacked into with the fact that now today there's AI, there's like, I mean, it's like it's crazy how they can hack more and more into your devices when you use just a password. So if anything that you have, any app banking wants you to use a pass key, go for it. Go for it because it increases your security by a bunch. Without your device recognizing you in any way, no one can get in. So, you know, it's kind of the more secure thing now today. So that's why my camera, if I go into my email and to almost every account that I have, it will just want to recognize my face, make sure that I'm there, and say, okay. Well, two-step is better than just a password, but you'll see that eventually, two-step will be phased out. So, no, face recognition is pretty good, close enough. I mean, you're maybe thinking that, well, I'll put a picture of your face. Doesn't work like that. If I'm not here physically, this camera will not unlock my account. It doesn't work with a picture, it doesn't work with, this is really, really pretty good security. Thumbprint, same thing. To fool a thumbprint reader, I mean, you need to be really good at it and have a lot of, there's a episode of Mythbusters where they fooled the thumbprint reader, but what they did, nobody can do. They actually blurred a lot of what they did to do it so that nobody sees how you can do it. No, I don't have to turn my head, as long as I'm looking straight into the camera. Because what happens is when you start the first time, the camera will ask you to have different, SSTV. The camera will ask you to turn your head, make sure that you have different directions. Let me see if I can do anything. So I'm a little late on that. Robot 36. Where's Robot 36? Robot 36. It's too late. I was a little late, but we got a part of Wolverine radio at the bottom. You enjoyed the Wolverine too? It's not time for London DJ Radio to take over here. Before I go into that, let me let's see another one. Lock in on 800 for the Wolverine Radio show right now. Cool. Old faithful Danger Kitty. Hello, Danger Kitty. And make some comments there on the QRM. I hope that's excited for that. I've been watching the band there, and it was a talk with whatever it is, data. So I guess we will be going into Drunken DJ. So Drunken DJ is going to come up. It's going to come up. So like I said, Skidology, at first when it recognizes you, it's like you take different pauses so that whatever you're looking at it is going to recognize you. And then it works pretty well too. So in the morning, I just turn on my PC, and sometimes I'm not even looking at the cam and just like moving around like this. And I look at my PC and it's unlocked. It's like, no, that's all right. You're unlocked. The H1AO says, if my cam sees me in the morning, it will call the doc. Bird says, not being a smartass, but what if you shaved your beard? It still works. It still works. Nope, I don't need to update. Beard, no beard, nothing. Shaved, head shaved, it still recognizes me. It doesn't use just the picture. It uses different 3D references to your face and your eyes. So beard, no hair, it does not need to be reprogrammed. It knows it's me. Higher than Mission Impossible people. Yeah, well, Chrome, most websites, MindWX50 are Chromium based. And that's the thing, is that they actually are working on almost everything better than Firefox. Firefox being with Safari on Mac being the only browsers that are based differently. Sometimes their support isn't as good as so we got some Tom Petty now from Drunken DJ. 6980 upper sidebands. Super powerful here. 6980 Drunken DJ radio now. Xander, nice to have you on board. Any advice you can give to someone who is interested in ham but don't know where to start? So the first thing that you should do, I'll suppose you're in the United States, I don't know where you are, is to go to the ARL website, or go and find local amateur clubs around where you live and contact them and say you want to go and you want to pass your ham license, and they will help you with that. And you can, follow a course and do the exam and all of that. So, I would have to go to HF Underground and say hi from the official Shortwave channel gang live on YouTube. HF Underground. Let me go to HF Underground. So I'm logged in. Go here. And Drunken DJ. And we're going to do a little something here. I'm going to, so great signal in Montreal, Quebec, and to all that are live on my Shortwave Radio YouTube channel. And I'm going to do this. YouTube. I'm going to take my live feed and put the link. See if he reacts to this.
Step aside. The hood's here to finish this.
And we're going to go here. Wow, I look weird. Very red. Copy. And say what does it say here? Oh, it's wishing happy birthday too. There we go. So I posted my link. We'll see what happens. And we will wish a happy birthday to our drunken DJ on 6980 kilohertz. And we'll see if he acknowledges and says hello to us. Thanks to his live feed. Pretty good. So let's continue here. Yeah, check your local clubs. You can check online. Maybe there's virtual classes and all, but look at your local clubs. They're going to help you with that for sure. Skidology 6955 still going on. Tosanov still here, that jamming signal on 6980, but it's weaker. And what else do we have? Brent Leisner, read Frank Zappa's biography. Yes, sounds Albright. So sorry, Duncan DJ, not Wolverine, I guess. Yeah, it's Drunken DJ is Wolverine, but he just switched from Wolverine to Drunken DJ Radio now.
Drunken DJ Radio. Playing around with my Drunken DJ Radio. System parameters.
So Dragon DJ Radio are going on. So we'll see if it acknowledges the message or not. So of course, pirate activity. Yeah, you did MDK2, Matt. Drunken DJ is now the head of what's happening. 6980, real strong signal too. Very, very powerful signal. So I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. I will put you in touch with. Oh, that's interesting. So Radio Romania in French on 11620. I'll lower the Drunken DJ for a moment. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll get another beer. And we'll continue on a little bit more if you guys want to and like it. And don't forget, you have a super chat for donations. And you have PayPal. You like what's happening? You like being here? You know what? Think about it. This could disappear at any time if, unfortunately, monetization isn't good enough. So don't forget, your support is super important. And thank you. Okay. Back in a couple of minutes.
De recherche et développement de cellules explique le chemin parcouru par dans le monde scientifique et macrobrachium hypomnisé depuis le continent asiatique aux êtres humains. L'appellation micronisée vient de l'adjectif micro et indique l'origine de l'espèce à savoir le chacun. C'est précisément des eaux douces japonaises, mais aussi de la région d'Asie du Sud-Est. C'était en novembre 2020 que l'espèce fut signalée pour la première fois en Roumanie sur des dragues par des chercheurs ukrainiens. Alors tous les chercheurs romains avaient la présence de cette cétacée au début de l'année 2021. Le club de ministères a été parmi la voie d'accès aux eaux danubiennes. Le crustacé originaire de l'Asie du Sud-Est a été accidentellement introduit dans le cadre piscicole clandestin dans les années 1960, attaché aux importations de phosphate de Chine. Il a ensuite continué son chemin jusqu'à des faibles similaires pour arriver à en Ukraine avec la République de maintenant depuis 2000. De là, la traversée de rivière principale est étendue vers les eaux moins salées de la mer Noire. Bien que spécifique de l'eau douce, cette espèce tolère très bien les environnements chauds, moins salés. C'est ainsi qu'elle survécut en mer Noire et fait son expulsion sur le sable qui outre une capacité exceptionnelle à adapter indépendant à un indice de cellules de différence, la crevette de l'Équateur occidentale a influencé les eutrophies. La faune locale a commencé à réagir à cette abondance suffisamment de eau, bien que le taux de reproduction continue à influencer les espèces. explique l'importance de l'université avec les prédateurs locaux impliqués dans l'éventuel conflit. Nos études nous ont permis de constater que tous les poissons prédateurs, le cyprien, le gros, le sang, sont malgré la rapidité de nous avons identifié les crevettes de campagne dans le contenu gastrique des brochets et des cellules. Les oiseaux ichthyophages et les mammifères en ont aussi la crevette devenant une nouvelle trophique. C'est une seule femelle pouvant produire entre 6 et 8 générations à venir, sa capacité de reproduction étant énorme. Enfin, les supportent sans problème les températures plus basses du pays, un facteur qui parfois significatif du potentiel invasif et le risque de l'utilisation sexuelle à arrêter le l'utilisation explosive de crevettes de rivière orientale concerne la vulnérabilité des systèmes complexes face aux espèces introduites accidentellement. La surveillance permanente effectuée par les spécialistes sera essentielle pour comprendre les effets économiques de cette civilisation, ainsi que pour protéger la diversité unique du bassin du Gardanus.
So we have some Romanian music. 11620. And of course, Drunken DJ 6980. Let's go back here.
What a gorgeous FSTV copy you have there. That's like the original. Speaking of FSTV, I've got 3 FSTV shout-outs I put together for this WDR transmission, and I'll put those later. I'll photograph those. But it's still good. On, come on, let's take it.
So, Drunken DJ continuing his show, WDDR, on 6980 with a pretty good signal here. What else do we have? Yeah, music is, you know what I realize with a lot of music is a lot of us that are older were kind of just brainwashed with the music was playing on the radio and everywhere. And that's how you get music into the head of somebody, and it's like suddenly you like it. And today's music consumption is very different from our time, which was radio for a lot of it. Now, I think the younger generation doesn't listen to music on the radio. They go on to their streaming platform. There's newer bands today. There's newer music. And the consumption, the way that it happens is so different that it also is different in the way that we acquire whoever will be the bands we want to listen to. But I have YouTube Music that I pay, and I'm happy to have it because I don't have physical music much anymore. When I moved from before to here, the physical vinyls, CDs, it's too heavy and too cumbersome to bring along. So I didn't bring anything. Then there was Napster, and I just downloaded for free everything I wanted to hear from the past. And I have absolutely no, personally, I don't care if the artist didn't get any money out of it because I already gave that money to the artist more than one times often.
Sincere fucking A. And on your CD of the show, and 120 guys connected that time. And you know, not long ago, after I heard the term fucking A, was at the 100th time, I had to go online and see what it was. It's going to say, but fucking awesome. And, oh, dear friend, MDK2, hold on. Glad to see you in there as well. Exciting from the Dragon DJ Radio.
So we got a shout out, guys. We got a shout out. We just got a shout out from our friend Drunken DJ WDDR. So if you're listening to WDDR, they said hello to MDK2 Radio. And that was really cool. So, yeah, he did your shout out at the same time as he was giving a shout out to the channel here. So it's kind of fun. So that's pretty cool. And saying he's a big fan, apparently. So that's nice. It's nice to have him here. And what an amazingly good signal. An amazingly good signal he's got in Montreal, Quebec. Thanks, Drunken DJ, for doing this. And thanks for the shout out. It is much appreciated. These are some of the precious, cool moments we have on this channel. If some remember, do you guys remember the time that we had the Iqaluit Navtex and that I called that number and that somebody answered, and live I was like, okay, I've got to, you know, I got to say something, and that was another very cool moment. And I remember the next day, she wrote back and she said, you know, you made my night. This was so cool that you called in and all your fans just, you know, watching at the same time. This is what live is. You never know what happens. You never know when something unusual will pop out. I stayed longer because I wanted to have that little moment, and I hope that he would, you know, say hello. And there you go. He said hello. So DJ Craze, there you go, sir. He just shouted you and all of us. So that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. You remember that, Keegan? That was kind of cool. Indicates you that the Iqaluit time was very fun. Absolutely. That was something. I mean, I was expecting, you guys have no idea how I was feeling when that happened. I called a number that I thought would be a, you know, just a recorded message. And I was so surprised that actually somebody answered. And I thought, okay, you're live. What are you going to do now? So in my brain, it was like, you can't hang up. You look stupid. You got to talk to that person. You got to say something. So that's where it's all started. And so that was so funny. Some of the great moments that we had together with the live show. Was just amazing. So it's like, okay, let's go with the flow. Who are you, and can you introduce yourself, and explain to her that we're a bunch of YouTube geeks that are listening, and we're decoding that Navtex transmission from Iqaluit on our computers. And but you know what, she got a kick out of it. She was like, wow, I this is so cool. And she even left a comment on the channel the next day with a colleague, and it was like, wow, this is just amazing. So it's this is part of what's fun with live and all that's happening. Is like, we never know when out of the blue something happens, and we just have fun. And this is all of us having fun with radio, which is pretty nice. Now for the sad part. There has to be a sad part. 5 hours and 22 minutes. That's pretty good. Hope you enjoyed the show today. I will be signing off and saying goodbye, guys. I'll be continuing Drunken DJ Pirate.
MBK. This is, I can't wait for you. I can't wait for you to request things I can't stand. And be aware that who knows, as you torture me, you might be torturing everybody else. And hey, you could be torturing people in other countries, say in Canada, perhaps. So, hello, radio user on hfunderground.com. And to Mike Lima, Papa, voila, and Joe Haslick again. Glad to see you here. I've got one CD shout out I want to do really early here. In case the guy is still hanging around. He was on the Wolverine posting. So, WBDR, and the hits just keep on happening.
He's got a very beautiful audio, by the way. Very beautiful audio. So requests for the Moscow Nights are in. So yeah, let me check that out here. Keegan. Oh, look at that. Keegan sending us a really beautiful picture of the cat. There we go. Really nice. Lovely cat. And thank you for sharing that, Keegan. Mike? My cat just brought me some dinner. Oh, Mike B is showing us that his cat has decided that he wants to feed him. Oh, God. A bird. Look at that, guys. So you're going to have a great supper thanks to your cat bringing you food. Paul the cat doesn't do that anymore, and I'm happy. I don't want to have dead birds. And so you guys want to have the ultimate. The ultimate. So it's here. And we want to have Moscow Nights before we leave. Apparently. Xander, what's 73? 73 is like a handshake saying goodbye, thank you, and we'll see each other next time. So this is pretty much what's going to happen. And so apparently we have to do a goodbye with Moscow Knights from what I see here. And so let's go. Let's go. Just gonna do this, that, YouTube, and Moscow Knights, Yo Moscow. That's go. Okay, I'm going to do a little something here. Okay, let me just, because where am I in the audio here? I'm supposed to have, yeah, okay. Is that, oh, so down here. My remote fell on the floor. Okay. Okay, that should be good level. Yeah, that should work. So we'll see how it does. You can see how it works here with D levels on. Okay, that works. All right. So we're going to pause and we're going to start that in a proper way. And we're ending with Moscow Nice Guys, as requested and promised. I think I promised it last week for this week. So here we go. And there you go, guys. That was the Moscow Nights experience extravaganza. Thanks for being here. Love you all. Stay safe and take care, because it's always fun to have you here every week. Bye, everyone.